Aneke television. How I get one of the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo Wabatawan here, Bube, Aneke television and the mellow Yamela Madia, in our uncle, in America, Putanwa, in our Pozu, in our African, the one Aneke television, the Arcades, your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow Yamela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over. You better have you what I
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Hello, good morning, welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV. My name is your one and only Sports Oracle, and I am doing this morning to bring you the best of the things that happen in the world of sports. Not just things that are happening in the world of sports, in the world of football, and in the world of hockey, in the world of rugby, in the world of even UFC fight. But so far, we're going to focus today on football and things that are happening in football. Of course, there are some new so making it around on the and AFCON has been trending, guys. AFCON is still on the news. AFCON is still on the news, and it is what we have noticed. This is the first time AFCON is trending beyond the trend of the football tournament. And what we have in the news is that the head coach of the Senegalese national team has come out to say he has no apology about what has happened or what happened in their match against the Mo. He said he does not even, he is not putting it up to his team. He's not blaming his team. Rather, looking at the point that there were certain things that was, and call it an emotional issue. We could say that he himself is not looking to sanction him and to bring the action, the many things that he did. Yes, indeed, he has said that there's nothing that he is looking at it from just doing what that we already have, because it was a cause from the Moroccans. It was the Moroccans that caused the thing that happened. So it is not his fault. Neither will he come and talk down on what is already happening. So he said this yesterday while CAF still investigates in the issue about the misconduct which his team had to walk off the pitch due to the penalty that was given, the penalty that was drawn. And in that same manner, he said that these teams, the incident is an emotional reaction to a disputed VAR decision. And in fact, the controversy there, but he is looking at it that as long as he has won the match, as long as Senegal won the match, that there's no cause for alarm. He described the incident as an emotional reaction, and that's where I'm going to stay because CAF is expected to announce disciplinary measures in the coming days. Well, despite the controversy, we can see the coach has apologized and he has maintained that emotions played a role. Well, I want to just talk about this a little, because when you look at the national teams, when you look at the game and sports of football, you will see that when people score their goals, when people score their games, that decision that VAR and the match officials made was not from his own end, was not the best so far. That was not even a penalty. And why will it be a penalty? Of course, in that same match, there were lots of conquests, I would say, and contests for the goalkeeper's towel, and that is what I've asked other sports professionals and analysts. We have talked about this, and we have had some interactions around that, and they said it is very normal. It is one of the things, because in my mind I was thinking that the Moroccans are trying to just do bite more they can chew and also face the sanctions of CAF. But you can see from what I from the realization things I got, that is very, very normal for them to do. So I really feel we are on a way, we are on a path to see where justice meets with the right attitude. Football so far has been an emotional turmoil, because people play football expecting to score, and if they don't score, people play football expecting something that they have already planned in their mind, and it doesn't work out that way. So what would they do? What they would do is to feel bad about it. Of course, Senegal went on to win the game by 1-0, which was not even a penalty, but I can tell you that it was one of the games we have expected the best player and the best team to win in the AFCON. And I can tell you, even after AFCON has made rounds, we are expecting the next AFCON in 2027. And I hope you know that after the AFCON of 2027, that from 2028, AFCON will come a 4 years interval, not 2 years now. AFCON will be played in a 4-year interval, and in that 4-year interval, you will have a preparation. It's just going to be like World Cup. It's going to take that time that World Cup takes in preparation, so that teams will be built and the best could also win the AFCON. This will start as the CAF president has announced in December that AFCON will now be on a 4-year reg for the tournament. Yes, moving on from AFCON, we're talking about transfers too. What goes on and what has happened in the world of transfer. We have our owner Ademola Lookman being targeted by top teams, and there has been this trumpet which Victor Osimhen has blown, and he has told the Super Eagles to come to his team, to come to Galatasaray and Fenerbahce, that they need quality players like them. We are focusing on Ademola Lookman. Ademola Lookman is valued 40 million euros right now, and he is being targeted by top clubs like Fenerbahce and other Turkish clubs who are ready to go for him. But it is said that interest will come from other king clubs before the end of January transfer window, and that is what we have been expecting, and that's what we're expecting for our own Ademola Lookman. He has been a sensation, and he played his part to make sure that the Eagles go far by scoring just 3 goals in the AFCON. He has been someone who we can count on, just putting up the finesse in goal scoring, and also in the way he drives his game, and also in the way he makes sure that everyone in his team plays a good game. That is something that the world really, really needs right now. And as I can see, there are lots of things that we are looking up to have this happen. So Napoli too, they have reported to join the race to sign the Super Eagles forward from Atalanta. You know, Atalanta, they are on the Champions League radar. The winger is valued around 40 million euros. The Turkish clubs like Galatasaray, like I've told you, they're interested, but they are preferring a permanent. But the camps of Lukman and Atlanta are preferring a permanent transfer. Well, the thing is that his future is expected to be resolved before January window closes. Well, he is currently going to be on the buying market, on the market where people can get him to play for them. And Nigeria to the world, Nigeria is going places, and Nigeria guys who plays football are making it are just very, 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 very awesome in the football game that they are playing. We're looking at the team of AFCON. I can tell you that we had some good games. Call Adams still on the news too about his focus to play his team, but I'm not going to bring that in details because I have someone else who we can talk about, and that is the Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi. Is on Manchester United list to be signed. He has been offered to Manchester United from his club Besiktas. He joined Besiktas 6 months ago after he played for Leicester City, and he has been in the English league for 10 years. He's just 29 years old. He is looking forward to having a reply from Manchester United because Manchester United is looking at reinforcing their midfield and bringing in new and fresh legs. We're going to see what happens as the day goes by, and we're going to understand how this goes on and how Manchester United would want to fit into the play. Still on the news about Manchester United, I can tell you that Casemiro has announced that he will be leaving Manchester United at the end of the season. He has announced this. He announced it yesterday through his official X page, and also Manchester United confirmed the news by posting on their WhatsApp channel and on their X page, where the Brazilian has made a great mark for the team and has contributed his best. He has won one FA Cup and one Carabao Cup, and he has contributed to the success of the midfield, where he has led Manchester United to the second place finish in the league, and also to a final in the Europa League on the course of his 4 years free. He said that Manchester United will remain his home forever, and not just his home, that we should not say it's over until the next 4 months, because he's going to give his best to what he is doing. He's going to give his best, and he's going to make it to be something that will make a lot of sense. And we all are expecting Manchester United to have a great time this time, as they are looking at reinforcing their midfield with the likes of Carlos Baleba from Cameroon and Wilfred Ndidi, who is also on the news. Manchester United so far are on the Premier League, the Premier League number 5th. Well, I can tell you that it was a battle that brought them to that particular number in the league after they are struggling over the months. And I can tell you from what I'm seeing and from what is happening, they could go up to second or even having a good time nearing the Premier League title. I know Arsenal fans will not like this, but Arsenal fans, well, you guys are amazing. Also, I'm telling you that Liverpool fans, you guys are amazing, but Manchester United fans are so amazing that we are hopeful. Just as Michael Carrick has come to just replace the already sacked Ruben Amorim, who left the club 2 weeks ago. And immediately we saw the impact. We saw something that was not usual, as Manchester United scored up to 5 goals in a match, but 3 was ruled out, and 2 bars. Well, when I'm talking about 2 bars, not that they opened a bar shop. No, I'm talking about that they had to hit the woodwork. We call it woodwork. And you are asking, well, what is it not iron? Why is it woodwork? Well, woodwork, that was what it was called many years ago when football started, because the goalpost you are seeing right now, that goalpost you are seeing right now, was done with woodwork. The very first time football was introduced, until it came and it was constructed back to iron. Well, Manchester United had to hit the woodwork twice in a match. Maguire hit the woodwork at the 5th minute. I'm talking about Manchester United versus Manchester City in the derby that they had, and that has been on the news as Michael Carrick took over. We expected Michael Carrick to do what he would do. Now the next news, still on Manchester United, is Kobbie Mainoo. Kobbie Mainoo, who is a Manchester United midfielder, who has not had enough game time from the just concluded contract of Ruben Amorim, who was sacked. He is said to have a lucrative offer back to the team, that he will be offered a contract where he will, excel and see that he performs at the best of his best. We are looking forward to this, and we're going to have what I think someone was telling me, or someone was saying, I saw it on X, and someone also said it. You don't know the kind of prayer that Kobbie Mainoo's mom had to pray. You don't know how she prayed that prayer on 31st night. I don't know where we're bringing this, but I'm telling you that things have changed and power has changed, and now Kobbie Mainoo is considered to be an important person in the midfield of Manchester United. Who he is a young player. He is going to be 21, and he has if you watch Manchester United match on Saturday, he was very phenomenal. He was a part of the attack, part of the defense, and part of everything. He had many blocks, many shots blocked, and many turnarounds that he was able to give. And we are looking forward to see what is going to happen at the end of the season and at the end of the game. Well, I want to show you something, and this is a credit to Paul Sports Nigeria. They had to compile the list of players who would have played for Nigeria, and where would Nigeria would have been if these players had played. These players they have Nigeria descent. They are of Nigeria descent. Their dad or their mom, their ancestors, however, would have been from Nigeria. But we are talking about, looking at this, we're talking about Tammy Abraham. Tammy Abraham, he chose England over Nigeria. And we're talking about Bamidele Ali, but he's called Dele Ali. He chose England over Nigeria. And we're talking about Karim Adeyemi. Looking at their names, you know that these guys are from Ahumobodo. They are from the village. They are from the Nigeria village, and they are not just hiding it. Now, looking at their names, you can see Karim Adeyemi. He plays for Borussia Dortmund, and he chose Germany. We're talking about Fikayo Tomori. Credit to Paul Sports Nigeria. Fikayo Tomori, he chose England. And that guy who has been doing it as he knows better to do around that Arsenal flank, Bukayo Saka, England. He chose England over Nigeria. The names are very, very I would say relatable to us as Nigerians. And we're talking about David Alaba, Austria. David Alaba, you know where Alaba is? Alaba is in Lagos, my guy. Alaba is from Alaba to Costain, and David chose Austria, not even Costain, but we are moving on from that. We are talking about Jamal Musiala from a Nigerian descent, and he chose Germany because he was born in Germany. And look at Ross Barkley. Ross Barkley looks like these guys that will tell you stop, and you will have to stop, because if you don't stop, they will have to take the matters into their hands. And he chose England over Nigeria. And look at that guy, that Igbo guy that got married the other day, who Arsenal bought from Crystal Palace. I'm talking about Eberechi Eze. Eberechi Eze chose England over Nigeria. Eberechi, I will meet you at home. You will tell your mom why you chose England over Nigeria. Well, that's what it says, and that's how we are seeing it. We are talking about Michael Olise. Michael Olise, the one who plays for Bayern Munich. He went from Crystal Palace to Bayern Munich too. Now he chose France over Nigeria. And Noah Okafor chose Switzerland over Nigeria. I remember when this news, when there was a lot of things around Noah Okafor making his choice of a decent of a country where he will play, either Nigeria or Switzerland, and finally he had to choose Switzerland. And we are also talking about Manuel Akanji of Manchester City, that had to choose Manuel Akanji, you guys know Manuel Akanji. It's just like your guy that is living next to your next to your hood. Well, he chose Switzerland over Nigeria. And these guys, we are talking about what if these players got that, what if they had played for Nigeria, what if they actually have played for Nigeria, where would we have been, and what would they have been like? And these players are comprising of the best players we have across the leagues all over the world, and Nigeria would have been mad, but we are madder with our guys, and we're excited to have our guys. And that is what it is. Now, moving on very fast to yesterday's Europa League, and I'm going to show you the standings, how it is now on the Europa League, as Aston Villa won their game yesterday, and Jadon Sancho had to score at the 25 minutes. Imagine wearing 25 and you score at 25 minutes. It's coming together. It's coming together, and I'm going to show you how it is happening in the Europa League and the teams that qualified, and teams that we are looking at moving into the next stage. We have Lyon top in the list, and with 18 points, and we have Aston Villa still top in the list with 18 points. We have Freiburg, we have Midtjylland, we have Braga, we have Roma, we have Ferencváros, and we have Real Betis, Anthony Santos Real Betis at the 14th. The number 8, of course, and they have 14 points. Then coming down, we have Porto, Genk, and the rest of them in the league. Now I want to show you the result of yesterday, how it was in the league yesterday, and how it was played, what happened, and the guys who made the great marks. And I'm gonna show you that, like I said, Aston Villa won their game, and we're having a Feyenoord won yesterday 3-0. They won their opponents 3-0 yesterday, and we're talking about FC Utrecht. FC Utrecht lost to Genk. And AS Roma won yesterday 2-0, and they won VfB Stuttgart yesterday. And Celta Vigo, you look at AS Roma, peacefully scored the goal, and this guy has been amazing. You know that when we're talking about AS Roma, we're talking about the Italian giants. These guys are great. They know how to play, and we are expecting the best from the game. And we're still talking about the scores. We have Dynamo Zagreb. They won FCSB 4-1, and FC Salzburg won 3-1. Yesterday, FC Salzburg won 3-1. They won Basel, and Ferencváros won, and Panathinaikos of the Greek side, they had a draw game. And going down, we have Nice 1 go ahead. Eagles go ahead. Eagles 3-1 yesterday. Rangers, not Rangers International of Enugu, but Rangers of Scotland, they won yesterday of Ludogorets Razgrad yesterday. And SC Braga won Nottingham Forest, the Nottingham Forest of English League. And Bologna and Celtic had a draw game, 2-2 draw game. Brown and Midtjylland, they played 3-3, and Fenerbahce lost to Aston Villa yesterday at home. That was why that goal was very sensational. Like I told you, Malmo FF lost to FK Vevda yesterday, 1-0. And the Real Betis yesterday lost to PAOK FC. That's why they dropped to the number 2 on the league, and that is what it is so far on the UEFA Europa League, and that is where we are calling it a wrap here on the Aneke TV Sports. I know that you had a good time as you had to follow the news. Well, join me same time, same station, just with the same thing that we do, bring you the best, what is happening in the world of sports and how it is happening. No mixing, no taking away, just pure fact and the news that you need to know about. I am your one and only sports oracle. Have a good time. Keep sporting.
Ndibo. This is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze Ndibo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service, it is remembrance, it is survival, it is thanksgiving for a people who endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit, lift your voice, give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
As technology continues to advance, artificial intelligence is finding its way into every aspect of our lives, including education. But as school experience with AI teachers and virtual classrooms, one question remains: can we trust AI to educate our children? Today, we hit the street to find out what Nigerians think.
I wouldn't trust AI to, they educate, but they can inform. There's a difference between education and information. Education is like training, taking over. You have a teacher in school. You should listen to your lecturer. It's not about what somebody says. Or this is garbage in, garbage out. Even those of us who use computer know that at a stage computer gets confused on which word to put. The same thing applies to those of you who use Google to travel. At a stage, Google can carry you to another place. So you can consult AI when the need arises. It's especially for research work. If you are writing your project now, there are things you want to get to know. You ask AI. AI will tell you. You put it in your work. Or if you are a student, for instance, or you are doing a research. Not that things you are supposed to learn in school, then you drop it and AI will take over.
Yeah.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. President Tinubu approves posting of 4 ambassador designates to strategic foreign mission. Federal government says security talks with United States security is recording positive outcomes. And on the foreign scene, over 8 million Sudanese children out of school amid prolonged crisis. And on business, Central Bank records 3.44 trillion naira subscription in Treasury bills auction. And in entertainment, gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey issues cautionary message to adulterous men. And now to the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the deployment of 4 ambassador designates to key global capitals as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's foreign relations. The announcement was made by the presidential spokesman, Mr. Bayo Nanuga. Colonel Lateef Are has been posted to the United States as Nigeria's ambassador to Washington, D.C., while Ambassador Ayodele Oke will head Nigeria's diplomatic mission in France. Former South Korean envoy Ambassador Amin Dalhatu has been appointed High Commissioner of the United Kingdom. Also deployed is former Kebbi State Governor Usman Issa Dakin Gari Suleiman, who will serve as Nigeria's ambassador to Turkey. The postings are part of the first batch following the Senate's confirmation of 68 nominees, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs directed to commence formal diplomatic notifications. The federal government says its security collaboration with the United States has significantly enhanced counter-terrorism operations across the northwest and north-central regions of the country. The National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu and the Minister of Information and National Orientation Alhaji Mohammed Idris reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to strengthening the partnership while safeguarding national sovereignty and civilian protection. They spoke during the plenary session of the Nigerian-U.S. Joint Working Group on the Country of Particular Concern designation held at the office of the National Security Advisor in Abuja. Malam Ribadu described the engagement as evidence of a relationship founded on trust, transparency, and shared responsibility. Troops of Operation Hardin Kai have neutralized 10 terrorists, including 2 senior commanders, during a forward ambush along the Sambisa and Mandara Mountains axis in Borno State. The terrorists, identified as Basulhu and Ubaida, were killed in a first exchange of gunfire after attempting to attack a military convoy using an improvised explosive device and heavy weapons. Troops overpowered the insurgents and recovered arms and IED-making materials. Military authorities confirmed that additional insurgents attempting to infiltrate from Cameroon were intercepted and forced to retreat. Despite recent losses suffered during the clearance operation, the military says morale remains high as troops continue to dominate terrorist strongholds. Governor Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau State has condemned recent attacks on communities in Jos South local government area, describing the killings as cruel and unacceptable. The governor expressed concern over attacks on the mining sites in Kuru district and other communities in Giel and Buhum of Chugwi, Vwang district, where several lives were lost. In a statement by his Director of Press and Public Affairs, Gyang Bere, Governor Mutfwang sympathized with affected families and assured them of the government's support, stressing that the attack undermined ongoing peace efforts in the state. The Nigerian Navy has dismantled 15 illegal oil refining sites in Bayelsa State and recovered over 2.8 million liters of stolen petroleum products during operations under Operation Delta Safe. Briefing journalists at the Nigerian Navy ship Soro, Lieutenant Commander E.C. Igwe said the operation led to the seizure of 800,000 liters of crude oil, 2 million liters of illegal refined products, and 12 boats used by oil thieves. He said enhanced naval patrols across critical waterways have disrupted criminal operations and improved local security, while urging communities to provide intelligence to help identify hidden illegal refining sites. The Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simeon Amadi, has declined a request by the State House of Assembly to investigate Governor Similayo Fubara. Justice Amadi cited subsisting court injunctions restraining the judiciary from constituting a 7-man impeachment panel. following interim orders obtained by the governor and his deputy. He maintained that constitutional provisions and the rule of law must be respected, noting that the impeachment process remains stalled pending the outcome of appeals before the courts. The National Judicial Council has recommended 14 legal practitioners to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for appointment as judges of the Federal High Court. The recommendation was made at the Council's 10th meeting held on January 13 and 14th, presided over by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kudirat Kekereekun. According to a statement by the NJC's Deputy Director of Information, Mrs. Kemi Babalola Ogedegbe, the nominees were selected after due consideration of merit and competence. The Supreme Court dismissed the attempt by the Lagos State government to revive the murder case of late Alhaji Kudirat Abiola. In an anonymous judgment, a 5-member panel of the Apex Court held that the state abandoned its appeal against the acquittal of Major Hamza Al-Mustafa by failing to pursue the case for 9 years. Al-Mustafa, a former chief security officer to late head of state General Sani Abacha, had been charged with complicity in the assassination of Ms. Abiola, wife of the late Chief M.K.O. Abiola. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has inaugurated a full 37-member board of the Federal Character Commission at the State House in Abuja. Ms. Ayohu Layat Omidiran was sworn in as executive chairman, alongside other members representing all states and the Federal Capital Territory, including economist Peter Obona, Eze from Enugu State. The president charged the board to uphold fairness, equity and transparency in federal appointments, describing the inauguration as a major step towards strengthening national unity. The Federal Road Safety Corps in Delta State has recorded a 30% reduction in road traffic fatalities following the implementation of Operation Zero Tolerance. Sector Commander Ms. Joyce Alexander disclosed that deaths dropped from 55 to 10 between mid-December and mid-January, attributed the success to intensified enforcement and public sensitization. She called on passengers to report reckless driving, stressing that road safety is a shared responsibility and urging continued cooperation to sustain the gains recorded. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. President Tinubu has approved the posting of 4 ambassador designates to strategic foreign missions. The federal government says Nigeria-United States security engagements are yielding positive results. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, over 8 million children in Sudan remain out of school due to the ongoing conflict. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has recorded a 3.44 trillion naira subscription at its treasury bills auction. And in entertainment, gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has issued a cautionary message to adulterous men. We'll be right back. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Welcome back. Still on the news, Sudan is facing a deepening education emergency as over 8 million children are currently out of school due to the ongoing civil war, according to Save the Children. The conflict, now approaching its second year, has disrupted learning for nearly half of the country's school-age population. The humanitarian agency reports that many schools have been destroyed by fighting or converted into shelters for displaced families. In conflict-hit areas such as North Darfur, only about 3% of schools remain functional, while unpaid teachers are abandoning classrooms due to economic hardship. Aid agencies warn that prolonged school closures are exposing children to exploitation and recruitment by armed groups. They are calling for urgent international funding to restore learning facilities and prevent the permanent loss of an entire generation. Ugandan police have arrested opposition lawmaker Muwanga Kivubi, a senior member of the National Unity Platform and close ally of opposition leader Bobi Wine. Authorities say he will be charged over alleged involvement in attacks on a police station and a vote counting center. The arrest follows President Yoweri Museveni's re-election for a 7th term a result the opposition has rejected, citing widespread irregularities. While the government says security forces responded to violent unrest, opposition figures accuse authorities of using excessive force against civilians. Rights groups report multiple deaths and mass arrests during the election period amid an internet shutdown and security raids. The opposition insists the crackdown signals a shrinking democratic space in the country yet to witness a peaceful transfer of power. Syrian government forces have reclaimed large parts of the northeast, ending more than a decade of Kurdish-led autonomous control. The advance has been seen Damascus take over major oil and gas facilities and the Al-Hol detention camp. A newly signed agreement strips the Syrian Democratic Forces of independent military status, requiring fighters to integrate into the national army. The deal effectively dissolves Kurdish self-rule despite concessions granting citizenship and language recognition. Analysts link the development to a shift in U.S. policy, with Washington declining to oppose the government's advance. A temporary ceasefire is in place as fears grow over possible reprisals against minority communities. The French Navy has seized an oil tanker suspected of belonging to Russia's so-called shadow fleet in the Mediterranean Sea. French authorities say the vessel was operating under false registration to evade international sanctions. The operation, carried out with support from the UK Royal Navy, followed intelligence tracking the tanker from Russia's Arctic port of Murmansk. Investigators confirmed irregular documentation during a search of the ship. Western allies say the seizure is part of broader efforts to disrupt illicit oil export funding the war in Ukraine. Russia has protested the action, while Ukraine has welcomed tougher enforcement of sanctions. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says progress has been made on U.S. security guarantees following talks with President Donald Trump at the World Economic Forum. However, he confirmed that the status of occupied Ukrainian territory remains unresolved. Trilateral talks involving Ukraine, Russia and the United States are expected to take place in Abu Dhabi, focusing on military coordination and post-war reconstruction. U.S. envoys have also met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Despite diplomatic engagements, Russian attacks on Ukrainian cities continue, worsening humanitarian conditions. Ukrainian authorities say critical infrastructure remains under sustained assault as peace efforts intensify. European Union leaders have expressed deep concern over strained relations with the United States following recent tensions over President Donald Trump. An emergency summit in Brussels highlighted fears of long-term damage to transatlantic trust. EU officials announced that retaliatory trade measures had been prepared before Washington reversed threats of tariffs and military actions linked to Greenland. Leaders stressed the need for Europe to strengthen its strategic autonomy. Denmark has demanded clarity over any proposed Greenland-related deal, insisting on respect for sovereignty. The EU says it will pursue independent defense and economic policies moving forward. The United Nations has assumed management of the Al-Hol and Rod detention camps in Syria following the withdrawal of Kurdish-led forces. The camps house tens of thousands of women and children linked to Islamic State fighters. The transition comes amid growing security concerns with reports of unrest and looting. The U.S. military has begun transferring detained Islamic State suspects to Iraq for prosecution. Families in Europe have raised concerns over the potential use of the death penalty in Iraq. UN agencies say efforts are underway to stabilize the camps and prevent extremist resurgence. Now to business news. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved commercial oil drilling at Tungeji Island in Ogun State and the immediate takeoff of the Olokola deep seaport. Governor Dabo Abiodun announced the development during a security meeting in Abeokuta. The Nigerian Navy has commenced plans to upgrade its presence in the area to protect the emerging oil and maritime infrastructure. The projects are expected to ease congestion at Lagos ports. The Ogun State government says host communities will benefit through improved social amenities and job creation as the projects progress. Investors' demand for Nigerian Treasury bills surged to 3.44 trillion naira at the latest central bank auction, nearly 3 times the amount offered the 364-day bill attracted the highest interest. Analysts attribute the demand to elevated interest rates and government borrowing needs. The one-year instrument recorded a yield of over 22%. The federal government is expected to continue domestic borrowing to finance its 2026 fiscal deficit amid tight global financing conditions. BUA Cement PLC has signed a $204 million agreement with China's CBMI to construct a new 3 million ton production line in Sokoto State. The project will raise the company's annual capacity to 20 million tons. The expansion includes a dedicated power facility and will be supported by BUA's liquefied natural gas plant in Kogi State. The company says the move will reduce energy costs and emissions. Completion is expected within 20 months, with the project projected to boost employment and regional cement exports. The naira strengthened slightly against the US dollar at the official foreign exchange market, opening at about 1,420 naira per dollar. The appreciation was supported by improved liquidity. Analysts say increased transparency and settlement of outstanding obligations have stabilized the market. The currency traded within a narrow band during the week. The power markets also recorded marginal gains, reflecting easing speculative demand and steady supply conditions. And then over to sports. Senegal coach Pape Bonatar has defended his team's brave walk-off during the African Cup of Nations final against Morocco. He described the incident as an emotional reaction to a disputed VAR decision. Despite the controversy, Senegal went on to win the match in extra time. The coach has apologized but maintained that emotion played a role. CAF is expected to announce disciplinary measures in the coming days. Napoli have reportedly joined the race to sign Super Eagles forward Ademola Lookman from Atlanta. The winger is valued at around €40 million. Turkish club Galatasaray and Fenerbahce are also pursuing the player with offers already tabled. Atlanta is said to prefer a permanent transfer. Lookman's future is expected to be resolved before the January transfer window closes. And now to the world of entertainment. Gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has sparked reaction online after warning married men against extramarital affairs. He delivered the message during a church session that later went viral. The singer cautioned that secret relationship would be publicly exposed. He also criticized women who knowingly engage with married men for marital gain. Bassey urged moral responsibility and accountability, stressing the sanctity of marriage. Still in entertainment, Afrobeat star Davido has thanked his father, Dr. Adedeji Adeleke, for addressing long-standing paternity allegations. The elder Adeleke revealed that multiple DNA tests showed Davido is not the child's father. The tests were conducted in Nigeria and South Africa between 2015 and 2020, all returning negative results. Additional tests involving family members also confirmed the findings. Despite the outcome, the family said they supported the child's education for years. Davido's public response signals a united family position on the matter. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here is a recap of our stories this morning. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the posting of 4 ambassador designates to strategic foreign missions as part of efforts to strengthen Nigeria's diplomatic engagement and advance national interests on the global stage. The federal government said sustained security consultations between Nigeria and the United States are yielding positive results, with assurance that the collaboration will further enhance intelligence sharing, capacity building and regional security. And on the foreign scene, the humanitarian situation in Sudan remains dire as more than 8 million children have been forced out of school due to the prolonged conflict, raising concerns among international agencies over the future of education in the crisis-hit country. And in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has recorded a total subscription of 3.44 trillion naira at its latest Treasury bills auction, reflecting strong investor confidence in government, securities and ongoing reforms in the financial sector. And in entertainment, renowned gospel singer Nathaniel Bassey has issued a public cautionary message addressing adultery, urging moral discipline and integrity among men, a message that has generated widespread reaction on social media. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
igwe maka na ọ magoro okwu izizi igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe igwe
obodo lo kwa ebe nwa ya ji
ai ba mo ko na ja mo
le mau
na mo ba ye yo ko asara ko ba ai wa shi na ya ko na lu ba ge shade na
ana ma ne
ama sha ashi mo ni ba di ma ye ya da ebe bu ko ta ko ya de ma na da ni ma da ba na ala ba ba Ashi mama do ma de ya bu ba do ga bu de ka wa fe ja bu ko da shi ba de lu ma ba ku ya ya ri de de ba da ma da ni ga ne fe na e yi ki da lu ku za bu ba lu ama shu ashi mo na wa ni wa Hello, tu da fe ba shu Asimu biko ye weli weli. Ye ni man abofata ye. Hatude amana ga ye weli. Mama showaga na wuti ye. Asimu mama shogwendo cha na wakali bade. Ana awu na bade awu buga bida na amana. Ibe ba ga mama wa ma sho. Okay, God, I give it a haka. If I am going to get this, I can't do me. Hey, if I tell you, I do. You don't know what the best you are. I can never do.
akwa ni mo ma na sala wa yo yo ta
I'm going to go. Hey, I do go. I do. I got to go. I'm about to go.
ana ma
I see what I could do that I do a weapon. But I would have watched it and tell you that already. I see what you know, I'm not going to know, but I don't know. You know, we are, but I don't know. I'm also now.
epolo ngi anu kamo wa yo yo cha ba ma na ta oh wa yo yo cha
Babaju, Piedansiga, Dabo, Barabuga, Wala, he did that.
one of them said
good morning, 042, and a big morning to everyone watching. You're tuned into Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and joy. And bringing you this session of delightfulness, I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, or even making breakfast, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. And thank God it's Friday.
Yes, it's Friday. It's the weekend. It's Friday, 23rd January 2026. And of course, we've got a power-packed morning for you today, where we've got our latest news, what's trending, our weather report, and so lots more. And of course, that special sunrise vibe for us to begin our day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and beginning with sunrise today, we'll be starting off with our quote of the day, with what's that thoughtful, what's that inspiring, what's that offer insight to whatever we do to keep us well focused, stay motivated, and be well driven.
Then, it's straight into the day's top headline. All the key news updates that you need to remain informed will be served hot, debated, and tasty.
Yes, and right after that, we'll be giving our weather report for today, covering cities across the southeast and beyond, so you know what to expect before stepping out, or if you've stepped out already, it is to keep you throughout the rest of the day.
And then we'll wrap things up by bringing you the man of many parts, the sports oracle, the commissioner of enjoyment, the mental mechanic, the man of many parts indeed. And we'll bring you the sports and the business update to keep you smiling.
Yes, all right, now let's move over to our inspiration segment for today. Now, today's inspiration segment is coming from, it's a well, from the Buddha culture. Yes, it's coming. It says, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path. I'm going to take that quote again, saying, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path. Now, what this quote is meaning, or what this quote means, is that when you help, when you guide, or when you uplift someone else, you also benefit in that upliftment, or you also benefit in that process. So when you're shining a light, or you're helping, or you're giving a helping hand to someone, it would also guide your process. Like when you're helping somebody or reaching out, that is also going to light your path, and you're also going to, you notice that when you do something good to somebody, it comes back to you in a good way. Mr. Uche, I'd like to know your thoughts.
All right, this is quite informative, being that when you are speaking about this very motivating quote this morning, something came to mind, and I realized that during the process where I see people lighting, perhaps during what they call a crossover service or something, where you see many people with candles, and one person begins to light for other persons. I've never seen anybody lose their light by lighting up another person. Rather, what you've done in their regard is to help illuminate the place. You brighten the place for you. And I tend to, want us to liken the world as a big dark forest, where by the time you lighten another person's lantern, for example, you have broadened and brightened the place equally for yourself. You can see properly and better than it usually would be if you're the only one lighting the place up. So any act of kindness, can go unrewarded. By helping another person, you are equally in one way or the other helping yourself. So we should see that as building a bridge, upon which when you build a bridge, it remains there. You've helped an individual, but you built a bridge. That bridge, you may be the one to use it in future. So lightening up for somebody else in itself, like Buddha has told us this morning, you are equally doing something for yourself. Yeah. So we shouldn't hold back. A number of times people tend to begin to look at life from a starting perspective, where people tell you that their help in the past has not paid off. No, you don't need to look for the reward instantly, but you've advanced the cause of humanity by being a helping hand to others. So this morning, we should encourage us not to often think that by helping others, we take away from our own time or resources. No, but what we've done, like I did say, is that we've enriched the world, we've enriched the universe, and we've made life better. And that's what counts. And that is what we are remembered for, the helps, the opportunity that will give others. And that's what Buddha is telling us this morning. for you, you should be able to help lighten other people's path. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. So by lightening a lamp, Buddha is also telling us that it's an act of kindness, teaching, encouragement, or support. So when you do good for another person, it doesn't leave you empty or in the dark. Instead, it brings clarity, it brings peace and growth to your own life. So helping others often builds our wisdom, it strengthens our character and creates positive energy that comes back to us. And also while we're doing so, let us keep in mind that each new sunrise is a platform. It's an opportunity where we grow or where we learn something new or simply be more present in whatever we do. Now let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, or at Aneke TV. And up next is our weather report for today.
Yes, we'll take a look at the weather reports across major cities in the southeast today.
Now we're starting off with Orca. Today's forecast is 7 warm and partly cloudy skies with a light wink of possible rain. So that umbrella might just be your stylish companion. Expect highs around 34 to 35 degrees Celsius and lows near 24 to 25 degrees Celsius tonight. The sun will hang around most of the day, giving plenty of warmth with a gentle breeze to keep you company.
And good morning, Enugu, over to the coal city. Enugu's weather is likely to be warm with sun peeking through patches of clouds. Based on regional patterns and nearby city forecasts, you will enjoy temperatures in the low to mid 30 degrees Celsius. Perfect for a bright start to the day. There is slight chance of localized showers or an isolated thunderstorm later.
And in Abakaliki is looking at fine weather with a similar warm feel. Daytime temperatures around 32 to 33 degrees Celsius and dry to partly cloudy skies. You might see a passing cloud or shower this afternoon, but for most of the morning it's bright and breezy.
And good morning, Imo State. Over to Owerri. Get ready for a hot one. Daytime temperatures are expected to climb into the mid-30s degrees Celsius. With plenty of sunshine mingling with some clouds, it's a great day for outdoor grills, but don't forget water and sun protection.
And lastly, in Umahia, for Umahia the theme is warm, humid and partly cloudy. Expect highs close to 32 degrees Celsius with that classic Southeast Nigerian warmth keeping things toasty. There might be some local cloud bursts later in the day, just a classic fun in the tropics.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay hydrated, but do remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. We'll go on a short break and we'll return with more newspaper updates. Stay with us.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is our in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, good morning.
Good morning.
And it's always a pleasure having you here.
Studio members.
You're welcome. How is Nigeria treating you today?
Well, Nigeria has been the way it is, and everyone in Nigeria knows the situation in Nigeria. The situation has not been very rosy, but we are praying that those with political authority will begin to think about how to get the business done in such a way that it will affect the lives of the people positively.
Okay. And also with us this morning is the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, the sports oracle, the commissioner for enjoyment, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
I hope there are more enjoyments to share, not the hypothetical enjoyments.
Of course,
The
I
real
do that.
enjoyment.
Of course, I do that for a living. We don't play with that. That's what I do.
You do the hypothetical for a living, or the
No,
reality.
I do the real enjoyment.
It's a pleasure having you here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, now moving to our newspapers for today, starting from the Nation newspaper, and the headline there says, Rivers, CJ gives conditions to raise impeachment panel. And on the Punch headline, abduction, U.S. demands action, federal government vows to track bandits. And on the Vanguard newspaper, in the Vanguard, the major headline says, Kaduna abduction, U.S. raises fresh concerns, tasks federal government on stronger action. And on the Guardian paper, how poor services, high cost, easy drug access, fuel addiction crisis. I will be starting our first paper for today from the Punch newspaper, where the headline says, abduction, U.S. demands action, federal government vows to track bandits. Now, the United States has called on Nigeria to take stronger and more decisive action against rising abductions across the country. In response, the federal government has reassured Nigerians that security agencies are intensifying efforts to track down bandits and dismantle kidnapping networks. Authorities insist intelligence-led operations are already on the way.
All right. Should I use the word unfortunately? That it continues to make headline where a foreign government speaking to our collaborators in the United States government, always reminding us to quicken pace or take action against bandits. Now, we are being told that after the kidnap on Sunday, nothing is done yet. We started with denials by the state government and the local government chairman in Kajuru, where this incident happened, where we were given a high number of 177 worshippers carted away from a worship center on Sunday. And the most we could do is to start with denial, losing man hours that could have been utilized to trace, recover these our nationals back to their home. We lost that hour to the bandits, only for the IG of police to come out publicly to admit to the incident happening. And this morning, the United States government is asking us to quicken pace in combating issues of insecurity in Nigeria. And I'm asking Mr. Ares, when are we going to be tired of these urgings and these incidents happening over and over again in Nigeria? Not quite long. We're dealing with Kwara, Niger State, where, yes, commendably, the federal government, sought to the release of the kidnapped, speaking to the school, the Semeri Catholic school in Papari, and the likes of it. Yet, we're still witnessing same scenario again and again.
Well, that is why there's been this issue and discourse about the country, the government being proactive. The government has not been proactive, and that's, you see, a situation where a foreign country of interest in Nigeria is talking to the Nigerian government to quicken pace, to begin to look at things from the way it ought to be looked at. You see, a lot of times the people in government are nonchalant, even on a primary responsibility. When you talk about security issues, abduction of about 170 people, and people are beginning to say it is not true, it is true. They've then kept on arguing on whether it is true or not, and the time was coming. Instead of security agencies being proactive, within a short while be able to make some findings. What is difficult about it? Why is the local government chairman, if you do not know you have security agencies? I believe that the DSS is in every local government in Nigeria, and therefore should be able to be very proactive in giving reports. We talked about, it's about three churches or more where these bandits ran into. And today they are asking for motorbikes, motorcycles, which they say were seized to be returned before, and so on. They may have some other, appendages to that. So the government of Nigeria should be proactive. That is a major problem. Secondly, because of the fact that you allow things to happen, you are not even thinking about how to stop things from happening. Trying to stop it from happening. You are waiting for it to happen, and when it happens, you begin to, show signs of running helter-skelter. And I'm just showing it because America is on their toes. America has been on their toes since the Christian designation of Nigeria into
country of particular concern.
Particular concern. So, and because of that, they are now as if they have been in slumber. I do not know if the franchise of the people, that those who are having the franchise of the people are sleeping. I don't know if, it's a result of the available things that they're enjoying that is making them not to be proactive enough. And they do not know that it is called for service. It is a call for service. And when you are called for service, you must dedicate yourself and be very patriotic enough to ensure that the fire on your heads are not extinguished. But you see that the fire you are having, the lights you are holding to show the people light, is getting extinguished in such a way that, and when it becomes extinguished, it means everybody will walk in darkness, even yourself. It goes to talk about the quote that is shared on Sunrise this morning, that when you put fire on the other, you are...
Yeah, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path.
Thank you. And you are giving the fire, they have lit the fire, the electorates have lit the fire for you to brighten their own path. And you are allowing the fire to extinguish. Means you actually want to blind everybody. And the karmic law is there. It will always affect you, who is also holding that light, for the people. So, Nigerian government should take twice, and those persons with responsibility should judiciously carry on with the responsibility bestowed on them for the good of all.
All right. Now that we're speaking on this issue, and you did point out a very critical issue, leading to the security agency, most particularly with the DSS, and then one begins to wonder and ask the question, what happens to this emanation of information when we say that the tiers of government, that the local government is another tier of government, capable of functioning in itself and on its own, to having access to that information on what happened within a local government enclave, and a local government chairman, publicly denied such incident. Do we attribute that to lack of information, or self-deceit, or self-denial?
You see, in the face of information dissemination, technology prevails in today's information dissemination. I'm still wondering how. I do not know any place in Nigeria that you don't get information, through phone or any other means. I'm wondering what actually happened. That's why I said that people go sleeping. I don't know if even the local government chairman, if he is within the local government, if he has not traveled to Kaduna, the capital of the state, if he has not left, because the local government chairman are meant to stay within their domain so that they'll be able to look after it. It's like he probably may not have been around. So grappling with such information, that information within the period, within the space, was difficult for him. I don't know. I cannot say exactly, but I'm beginning to see people who are lackadaisical about their jobs.
But is that not enough ground for someone to resign from their position?
Do Nigerians resign? Do they do on their honor? You see, you difficultly see a Nigerian on his honor resigning when there are situations like this. I've only seen one. I've only seen one. The moment the controversies about ministers' certificates, he resigned, which is honorable, very honorable. I've only seen one. I've not seen many. You see, many people are supposed to have resigned their positions because of those allegations and things that are dismal on their history, on their person. So I do not see Nigerians being on their honor and doing on their honor to resign when situations are bad.
All right, Mr. Rez. Another issue here is that we're told that bandits are sighted moving freely through the forest corridors. And a number of times, government has come out publicly to tell us that they are taking measures and action to deter these terrorists from operating within those axes and in the forest, given to the number of airstrikes that we've heard from the Nigerian efforts and leading more credence to that collaboration with the government of the United States. Is it that the more we tackle these insurgents, they get emboldened and walk freely amongst us?
It has shown that the terrorists, the bandits are getting more emboldened, especially when you are scattering them. They are moving from one place to another, and of course perfecting their havoc each place they get to. That is exactly what is happening. So we are, information gathering is something that is not working in Nigeria, because intel shows, and even the information is from the United States. They see it from their satellite, not from Nigeria. These bandits within forest corridors, they were parading freely, and nobody is asking any question. Nobody is confronting them. The Nigerian security agencies are still preparing on how to do so. Yet, the information is there, open. They don't know how to speed up. That is exactly why the American government says they must speed up. Walk like somebody who is alive. Do not begin to go through, protocols, very long protocols, before you take certain actions, especially when it has to do with life of people. You see, as they go on walking, there may be mishaps, some may be weak, they'll even kill some. At the end of the day, some may want to, run away, they'll kill them and so on. Well, the government should work. Government of Nigeria should really be proactive and work towards ensuring that these things are done. I don't know. We should really be begging the bandits to leave people?
But Mr. Rez, given the action of the U.S. government as at 25th December 2025, where we saw the action in Sokoto State, one expected that we would have seen more actions or more collaboration with the United States government in terms of combating these insurgents that are moving freely. But it seems that after that very strike, the United States government withdrew and went back to their enclave, and now prompting Nigeria to take more proactive action in that regard.
Yeah, one thing about coming to bomb, especially when you have abductees, they use the abductees as a shield. So it is not easy, it's not always easy to use kinetics to get abductees from bandits. It's not always easy. So I think that may also be why, but if it has to be with maybe trained commandos from advanced world, they'll be able to attempt it and of course free these people. We have seen such things happen. The Israelis free, the Americans even came to Nigeria, freed an abductee sometime. So these are the factors, the problems with our level of training and our level of operation. So when people are saying speed up, it means we have to speed up the way we operate, speed up whatever information, the level of information we have. You have to elevate it and be able to use same effectively.
All right. That leads me to the next question here. But before I really go into that very question, Mr. Reyes, I think that as a nation, drawing from history, when Awolowo did advise that starvation, right, is a tool in war, speaking to the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, where starvation was deployed as a state tool against the Biafrans. Why can't we adopt similar approach? Because we speak always of these bandits using the kidnapped victims as shield, preventing a kinetic approach. Now, why is it difficult for a nation that has adopted starvation as a state weapon against the Biafrans from using same to barricade and hold these bandits to account?
Well, you see, it is always very difficult in a very corrupt environment like Nigeria, because you would always see some high level of sabotage. The issue about barricading the bandits, the terrorists, is not easy. You ask yourself the question, how do they get their arms? Who supplies? There are rumors that sometimes the arms are gotten even from the same people who are telling you they are working against the terrorists. These are rumors and allegations. You see that there are allegations and rumors that some military helicopters and so on are flown into their camps and drop arms and ammunition. And of course, you equally heard that they are now visible through the satellite, that they even see every attempt by the security systems to attack them in Nigeria. So when you see that, it is becoming more they are becoming more sophisticated than ever. If you barricade them, how do you barricade them? What are you barricading through the airspace? Who is guiding the airspace of the country to find out who are flying and who is not flying? If people are flying everywhere without knowing what they are flying for and who they are, it means that the airspace is porous. It means it's porous. So how do you barricade? How do you barricade when there are saboteurs? How do you barricade? How do you barricade when even some people, you say they are repentant Boko Haram, are allegedly said to be in the security system? You see, how do you barricade? So these are saboteurs. The issues of sabotage has been prevailing in so far as the terrorism in Nigeria is concerned. And more so, we have international terror groups that get whatever thing they want from, and you have a porous border. So how do you barricade? The borders are so porous that you difficultly, stop anything from getting to them, and they are settled at the border areas, within the border areas between Nigeria and other countries. That is where in Sambisa you find that it's a border area within the Chad, and then you have the Sokoto, it's a border area within Niger, and so on. These are where they're settled. So if they go get those things, if they don't get, whatever they need from Nigeria, they get it from outside Nigeria. And we also are aware that it is rumored that some of them are internationals. That is, people who are from other countries. And so they have access to these countries which are within the borders of Nigeria. So they can always bring it. So the barricade of using hunger and so on may not actually work effectively. until such a time when you must have ensured that you get security detailed information about the operations of these people. That's where you begin to now barricade them. You see, they are trying to barricade sponsorship. They are trying to stop the sponsorship, the terror sponsorship, through money laundering and all the rest of them. Have they been able to do that? Have we actually, who are we prosecuting in respect to that? With just the Malami and a few, prosecution, EFCC thing.
An ongoing investigation.
An ongoing investigation.
Yes. But be that as it may, you brought up another angle to this issue, speaking to repentant Boko Haram members who are allegedly being, absorbed into Nigerian security architecture. But my worry this morning is to the harmonization of this effort, because recently we just saw in the news where the Katsina state government is making an attempt to, release about 70 persons who have held arms against this nation. Not just the subnational, the state government, but they held arms against the nation. And we have been told they are making plans to release them to the group as a peace offering. And again, we've seen from the federal government axis where there is concerted effort to speed up prosecution of detainees who are held in detention interrogation center, talking to National Counter-Terrorism Center, who are trying to expedite action to see that about 5,000 individuals are brought to have a speedy trials. And that, when one looks at the whole scenario from the subnational and the federal government, there seems not to be a harmonized, concerted effort in combating terrorism. And don't you think that that seems to be the challenge that we're having, where there are different approaches? Katsina State wants to release back to the armed group. Kaduna State is in denial. Federal government is expediting action in terms of prosecution and wanting to get a DNA data bank of terrorists. So, what is really happening to a harmonized effort, Mr. Rez?
You see, the nation, when you talk about the tiers of the country, they are supposed to work in synergy. They are supposed to work together, mostly in all the things, in terms of development, in terms of security, in terms of everything. But you see situations like this. The federal government has its own ideas. The state government, individual state government have their own ideas, and nobody, they are not synergizing. They don't work together. That is why Katsina, even the Ministry of Justice is justifying the idea about releasing them, and sometimes that during wars, people are released and there are exchanges and all that. So you release them for the exchange of those they have kidnapped and all that. I do not know where crime is being handled this way. When you talk about war, you talk about crime. War is a little more different. If you begin to define war, it will be a little more different, just like you said during the war between Biafra and Nigeria. It's a war. But when you talk about criminals, terrorism, I don't know if it could be called, of course there's a war against terror, but on the other side is not justified. But in war situation, like Ukraine, Russia, both are claiming justification. This person is attacked, this person is retaliating or defending and all that. But in the circumstance, this person, the terrorists are just attacking, and the Nigerian government is not even supposed to defend. They're supposed to stem the tide. They're supposed to get these people, flushed out of the system, because without, you see, the American government said that with insecurity in Nigeria, their interest in Nigeria is being curbed. It is being, strangled. That it is only when there is security of lives and property that their interest in Nigeria in terms of economy and any other thing that have to do with Nigeria will grow. But there won't be any such growth. That is the interest. They need the peace so that the business and economic collaboration they intend to do with Nigeria will work. And that is why they are coming in to help, because they have interest in coming in to establish businesses and work with Nigerians both in the private sector and at the level of intergovernment relationship. But because of the fact that these things are not being done, so the Katsina issue presently, even when the Ministry of Justice is helped, people are still tongue-lashing them. People are not happy with the development. Even the federal government don't seem to approve of that release. But the workings of government is that the state is an independent arm. Independent tier of government that it's ought to operate on its own. That is why you have the state laws, you have the federal laws. And
but security is on the exclusive list of the federal government.
Yes, but even at that, that's why I say the Ministry of Justice is trying to justify, given the laws that the exchanges are done for the purpose of security and all that, the people held will be killed and all that. So instead of, killing or trying these people and sending them to jail and so on, and the people held are killed, they'll be losing, because the terrorists do not have a conscience of human, doesn't have human conscience as to who lives or who dies. Some of them are even, want to kill themselves and kill others. They are suicide in nature, many of them.
All right. Mr. Goodhope, let me bring you to this conversation. Are you as worried as Mr. Rez this morning when we are looking at unharmonized efforts from every quarter to see that these 107 worshippers, out of which 11 has escaped, return back to their families safe and sound?
I am very worried. I'm very much worried as Mr. Rex. At some point, he had to, he had to exclaim, he had to show that this is not just a personal concern, but a security concern. And I can tell you that Nigeria, well, we have some things that there are some measures that have been taken. But I can tell you that I want to talk about the borders, our borders. Just a few days ago, I was going through some documents on national security and how things are to be done in the system of government where we are. Security being on the exclusive list of the federal government. Now, I saw something about the U.S. The U.S., even though they have their countries around them, of course, they are made up of countries while they are called states. And that is what it's made up of. You can actually see how they are jealous about the protection of their borders. How, before you first of all, the protection of their borders. Second of all, we talked about this the other day. I think that was yesterday. Documentation and having a biometric registration of everyone. This will help to. Like I said yesterday, that when people go into the place, if there's a crime you've committed, it will show on the database. And if you have been away for many years, you will be nabbed. You'll be taken into the custody, no matter how long it takes. And I'm so worried because we are there in Nigeria as a society, where we are facing the economic challenge, while we are also facing the security challenge. These two things go hand in hand to foster or to bring down the name as the giant of Africa. And the borders too, I can say just a few things on that, because looking at our borders, as the terrorists are going around, as we're seeing going around having their duties carried out around the borders, it tells you that there's a need to foster the border operations of our security. There's a need to foster these operations. We will be tackling the internal security issues, while there are more security issues coming out from the borders. And we don't have, or maybe we have a division of river or a division of whatever it is. But looking at other countries, we can take from them. Well, something else that I wanted to just chip into, based on what we are talking about here, about the doctors who 11 of them have escaped the kidnappers' custody. I would say the bandits' custody. We can bless the universe for that kind of escape, but we have to call a spade a spade. That our security agencies, like Mr. Rex has said, should bolster their efforts. We should not be going through that thing we call bureaucratic bottleneck to ensure that things are done properly. We should be looking at it from a point that this is, a summary of lives and the economy. This is also what has affected the economy in a way, because investors like the Vice President Shetima was at Switzerland the other day trying to have an economic, trying to, I would say, that thing you say, market the system, the society to those people, bringing in foreign investors. When people see this and the things happening in the news, it will really be worrisome, as we are already having. So I'm very worried, and I expect there will be much more issues that will be tackled by the federal government and faster approach to these things.
All right. Every Nigerian indeed should be worried when it comes to security issues, and security, go hand in hand with the economy. If you don't have a very secure nation, then there's no doubt that your economy will equally suffer. On that note, we'll call on the federal government to hasten effort to see that these kidnapped victims from Kajuru local government in Kaduna State are reunited with their families as soon as possible. And we should see to it that we increase surveillance around our borders and have a harmonized approach as to our efforts in combating terrorism and insurgents around Nigeria. And be that as it may, we will realize that despite the promptings or collaboration with any foreign government, that Nigeria will be built by Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our next paper for today, coming from the Nation newspaper. And the headline there says, Rivers Chief George gives conditions to raise impeachment panel. In Rivers State, the Chief Judge has outlined clear constitutional conditions that must be met before an impeachment panel can be constituted. This move signals a firm stance on due process and rule of law as political tensions continue to simmer in the state. Observers say the decision may slow down impeachment moves while encouraging dialogue and legal caution among lawmakers.
Here we are. Rivers State is still in this very impasse. We are seeing that the Chief Justice, Justice Amadi, of the Chief Judge of Rivers State, has refused to set up the 7-man panel as is mandated or required of him by the Constitution, being that he's already been served the notice to constitute a 7-man panel to investigate what the State House Assembly termed actions of gross misconduct by the governor and his deputy, as is enshrined in Section 188, subsection 5 of the 1999 Constitution. But the Chief Judge had come out to say no, that he is bound by an order of a High Court that has mandated him to stay action on the matter until the interim order is vacated. Mr. Rex, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, the Chief Judge wrote to the House of Assembly saying that he's barred by 2 court orders, it's not just one.
Yeah.
And that the only way he can set up the 7-man panel is that the substantive seat is trashed, or that they go on an appeal, and an appeal, an appeal decides that he should go ahead, nullifies the order of the junior court. That's the only way he can do that. You see, people started jubilating as a result of that position by the Chief Judge. And the Chief Judge did not mince words in saying how bad it is for him to begin to disobey the court order. It means that the rule of law is no longer there, that he is there at the temple of justice, and there's no way he will go against the principles of the rule of law. And he quoted a situation in Kwara. He quoted a situation in Kwara where the judge did not listen to a court order and set up a committee to investigate. And the judge was lashed, and in fact, the court frowned at the decision of the judge to do that. So he said that's a court of appeal. So he quoted that court of appeal decision and said it is a precedent, and because it is a precedent, he is standing on that precedence to stay and watch what will happen based on the two conditions that he has given. And if the two conditions, any of the conditions prevails, that he will go ahead to do that. If not.
All right. Mr. Reyes, we know that the Chief Judge has cited that his actions are based on legal and democratic principles.
Yes.
But in all, this is a constitutional issue. Where does that really leave us as regards this very issue? Are we seeing a situation where this becomes, if I may use the word status bar, being that may perhaps will it be overtaken by events by the time the whole court processes and others are exhausted?
It won't be overtaken by events. It's before the court of competent jurisdiction, and because the matter is before a court, the Chief Judge will wait. There are two things to remember. The High Court is on the matter presently, and an appeal of the injunction given by the High Court has been done by the House of Assembly at the appeal court, and even the Chief Judge has been served the notice of the appeal. So he waits either the court, of course, either the High Court determines, because there's a motion on notice. The High Court will now determine whether the Chief Judge should, send the same-man panel for the impeachment proceedings to go on, or not. And if the Court of Appeal now says the injunction, nullifies or voids the injunction given by the High Court, then it means the Chief Judge has been ordered by the Court of Appeal to go ahead and set the seven-man panel. But it is still not the end of it, because the seven-man panel will have to now determine what the House of Assembly members tagged gross misconduct. Whether what they believed or what they tagged gross is truly gross misconduct. And if it is not, then they will do their reports and send to the Chief Judge. And based on such a report, then the Chief Judge, and of course, will nullify the impeachment proceedings.
All right. But I want to ask, let's see a situation like we've seen in Anambra State and in Ekiti State as well, sometime in around 1999 dispensation, where governors were removed. In the case of former Governor Peter B, when he was impeached, we saw a situation where the Chief Judge set up the panel and he was told to leave until he went to court. Got leave of court to be reinstated as the governor of Anambra State. But what I'm asking you now, Mr. Reyes, a situation where the Chief Judge sets up this seven-man panel, and upon investigation they decided that there is nothing of merit in terms of gross misconduct, like you are saying. Does that bring an end to this whole imbroglio in River State?
On the interim, it will bring an end. On the interim, it does not mean the present circumstance will bring an end. But it does not mean that if there is any other thing infraction or any other thing that is seen as gross misconduct by the governor and the deputy, that it will not
But
be
this
brought
whole,
to the
this
board.
whole,
This whole
or the whole present allegations can no longer be used against them again. Is
Oh,
that it?
yes, it will not be. The present allegation will not be.
Okay.
And it's dependent still on what nullified it.
Okay.
That is, if it is seen not to be gross misconduct.
Misconduct.
If it is about technicalities and the process, if it is a breach of the process, they may go back to start repackaging the impeachment proceedings.
All right. Now, from the political angle, where does this leave the governor? Having moved to the APC, one is expected that the state House of Assembly members are now in APC. Are we seeing a situation where the party is no longer supreme, or APC is unable to halt the process and reconcile these warring factions?
No, already the APC governors in Nigeria, the APC in Rivers, the APC in Nigeria, Central, everything have been working towards ensuring that the members of the House of Assembly stops that impeachment proceedings. They have been doing that. And you see, things are unfolding. We'll get to see what happens. The president is back to the country, and we'll know exactly what they're doing. Initially, it was the president aides that actually addressed the press conference asking Wike and others to rest in that matter earlier. But we have not seen any resting, because Wike himself has gone haywire. Even not being a governor, a minister comes to a state where there's a sitting governor and begins to tour the local governments as if he is still the governor of the state. Tour the local governments to campaign against the sitting governor of a state. It is not done. It is not seen. But because he has gone haywire,
There's freedom of movement.
no, it's not about movement this time.
Freedom of assembly.
Yes, but not freedom to begin to campaign against a sitting governor when there is nothing to campaign for.
But is within his right. Is within his right.
No, but campaign has not flagged off.
What he's doing is he campaigning.
Yes, he was campaigning. He was talking about electing and having somebody who is supposed to now become governor.
That could be termed as an opinion.
Not opinion. When you are organizing rallies, he was meeting people during rallies. They come, and so it is not as if maybe it's an opinion, maybe a press conference or things like that. No. So,
anyway,
so
we'll see that as gathering of friends and allies. But what I'm asking you this morning is that
are you speaking on behalf of Wike?
No, I am wanting the whole issues to be brought to bear. Let our audience be the judge.
Okay, that's exactly what I'm saying. I am looking at it from the perspective where a lot of people, a lot of people have been, talking on what is happening in Rivers State.
All right.
People have been coming out with ideas and the way they feel. I think the number that has condemned what is in Rivers State on the part of Wike are more than the people who are condemning that of Fubara.
All right.
So from that perspective, I am talking. I'm not talking because I have a vested interest. I am not from Rivers State. I don't get anything from. I don't even know Wike personally. I don't know Fubara personally. I don't get anything from them. But I am saying this passionately that what has played out shows that the man Wike is fighting at home fronts.
All right.
Because we are fighting everybody.
All right, Mr. Arrest, there's no
including those who may be
who may not know the Susaya to know where you aligned on this very issue. But I want to ask you personally, how do you see this whole scenario? How do you think this whole scenario will be settled, or how do you think it will end?
Political solution.
Political solution. When you say political solution, what
when
is
I say
that
political solution, it means one, you talked about the party is supreme.
Yes.
The party should weld into that.
Well, obviously, the party is failing.
Should weld I've just seen
Things have snowballed where the governor has been served and the chief judge of the state is already served, and there is a court order which may or can be vacated at any time, even in the middle of the night.
And it is not over until it's over. Even if it is vacated, it does not actually mean he will be. Remember, you talked about Obi. Obi was actually impeached. His own scenario went through and he was impeached. He still went to court and the court reversed it for what they saw as not the right thing to do.
Some of our people listening to us or our viewers may argue with you that the judiciary we had then seems to be quite different from what we have now in the judiciary in terms of the time it takes to hear the voice of the judiciary on critical national issues.
Well, yeah, there are chances that the judiciary may not be exactly the same, but the judiciary remains the judiciary of the country. The judiciary, sometimes are working. Sometimes, but remember, the law is an ass. When you blame the judiciary because you have vested interest, it is not as if maybe what the pronouncements they make are not within the confines of the law. They do, because the ass is wherever you beat the ass to go, that's where it goes. So with the law, the moment you push the law to go this way, it goes that way and favors that same way. He pushes it to go this way, it goes that way and favors that same way. So that is the way it is. You might begin to analyze some judicial decisions in Nigeria, and you get to find out that most of those decisions by law are very valid and with integrity too. But because of our personal individual interest, you may say, no, they did not, they should have done it this way, they should have done it that way. Remember that a criminal might come to court and be set free. And why is the criminal set free? Because criminal justice leans on the side of the accused person. So it will not be easy to convict a criminal. You might say maybe the judge compromised. The judge wasn't there when it happened. The judge is based on the decision, the evidence before the court. If you do not give enough evidence as to beyond reasonable doubt, the judge will say the criminal are free. The judge has not compromised. The judge has not eaten any money. That is the way it is. And that is the law for you.
All right. Moving forward, Deborah.
All right, thank you very much. Now to our next paper from The Guardian. The headline says, How Poor Services, High Cost, Easy Drug Access Fuel Addiction Crisis. Now The Guardian shines the spotlight on Nigeria's growing addiction crisis, linking it to weak healthcare services, rising living costs, and the easy availability of illicit drugs. Experts warn that without urgent reforms, including mental health support and stricter regulation, the crisis could deepen, especially among young people.
All right. We are looking at a number of issues here. We are looking at weak healthcare. We're looking at the cost of rehabilitation, poor services, and most importantly, addiction. And speaking to addiction, it has become a very big challenge in this nation. We are losing a lot of our young ones. Gen Zs, Gen S, Gen Alpha.
Yeah.
We are losing them to Colorado, ice, codeine, heroin, colos, methylene, tramadol, and marijuana.
Name them.
A lot of them. People were complaining of hunger, the economy is biting, and yet people still have extras to indulge in these fantasies. Mr. Goodhope, let's start with the Gen Z, right?
Yeah.
Let's look at what is it with these colos and what's the name of Colorado?
Colorado, yeah.
Yes, this one that make people bend to a corner and stay like a statue for hours. What's really happening with the Gen Z generation and colos?
Well, it is so sad, and it is one of the things that we have seen in our society as a menace, we could say, because young people are becoming more prone to drugs, exposing themselves. And I just have 2 points to share. First of it all is that we that are Gen Zs, I'm a Gen Z because I have passed. We are now in Gen Alpha, Gen Millennial, but I'm Gen Z. Okay, so other people know where they are, but this is more prominent with there's no generation is more prominent too, but we are seeing the effect so much in this our current society, situational society, where people go to school. Some of these things start with peer pressure, with peer groups too, and it starts with young people, we getting themselves to see certain music videos that maybe they have watched the music video of an entertainer, of an entertainment show where the person is maybe smoking, doing something, and they will feel this is the life they should live. Why are they not smoking? Why are they not, taking this hard substance? Or maybe they have read in a publication, or they have seen it on any social media platform. So I think it is more of a pressure, more of a peer pressure that people see from is an external thing basically, because I hardly see who their parents started that and then they hand it over to them like a baton. Of course.
All right. You're speaking of peer pressure, but let me move over to Deborah because I read both of you in that. I'm sorry, but he's speaking to peer pressure being a factor to driving our youth into Colorado. Yeah. What do you think?
Well, it's not only Colorado. Peer pressure can be a factor to many things.
That may not be the only issues here.
It will not be the only issues, but then it influences it more. Yes, like for example, when you're surrounded by friends who smoke or who take drugs, you have a tendency to actually join them in it. Because you're always around them. One day you want to try it, and by the time you try it, you get addictive to it. So that's why it's another major factor.
All right, but Mr. Rest, let me bring you to this conversation. We need to help our young ones. I know it's not limited to the youth. We have elders as well who are involved in these vices, where we see mature men as well puffing and puffing, to colors, heroin, and the likes of it. And I ask seriously, what's driving people? Is it the economic pressure or abundance? What are the issues that drive people into these abuses? And when we speak to abuses as well, it may not just be the prescribed substances. When we talk about drug abuse, there are still people who abuse paracetamol. I have seen people who smoke chalk. I have seen people who go to Sockaway to sniff Sockaway. And I have seen people who sniff solution as well.
Yeah, you see, the problem is that one, family is a problem. A lot of families do not actually care to bring up their children the right way. Somehow, for those who are believers in the Christian faith, they say bring up a child in a good way, and when he grows, he will not depart from it. So you find out that many families do not. They go about their daily businesses. Sometimes some mothers, fathers, they wake up around 5:30, they're out of the house, the children are just there, they begin to do their own things. As they grow up, they keep, going, wandering about. Some don't even go to school. Some do, some don't. After school, their parents will not be out. Their parents, some children do not even see their parents when they're as younger persons. In the mornings, in the afternoons, evenings, even before their parents could come back. Even some dads, from wherever they are working, they go to places where they chat and drink and all that. So these things are some of the things that has put down morals, put down morals on the part of the family. Then you talk about what you see in the media. Let me call it the social media. The emergence of social media has shown that most of these things are done to begin to make you a big person. Some people are shy naturally. Some of them want to go into drugs so that they'll be bold enough to do certain things that they ought to do. So they get involved in that. What they see in the social media is part of it. And of course, some imbibe, like you said about peer pressures and all that. People begin to imbibe from their friends, where they go out and so on. So what you tell me your friend and I tell you who you are. When you go out with people, certainly you begin to imbibe certain things from them.
All right, Deborah, we've talked about the family system, the peer pressure, social media, and the rest of them. Some people wanting to drive boldness from there. Then I may want to ask boldness to do what? But I'm asking, I've seen undergraduate students who are in the university, whom we assume should know better, still involved in these vices. And I ask, what are the other things that are driving, even our undergraduates into this? Is it a status symbol? At times, is it part of wanting to belong or to feel among? What are the other issues here?
Sometimes wanting to feel among or feel belong, it's another factor actually that drives them into taking it. Like they want to try something new, especially when they don't want to feel like what they call Jew or JJC, like they have no idea of what is the recent. Yeah, so they just want to try. Okay, let me take it. Let me try it for the first time.
Okay, sometimes it's just to try for the first time.
Yes, to try for the first time, and then
continue puffing.
If you're unfortunate enough, it's caused mental health or not. So, but most time it's just their mindset.
The mindset.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Goodhope, we are speaking to the Jews here, but let's look at the effect this have in our society on our young ones. Let's even be mindful of what do I classify Mr. Rez as now? The Gen... Okay. Yes, but we're looking at the impact, to our society, especially our young ones, because we are losing a lot of our youth to these addictions.
Well, it is really harming us as a society.
But are you a Jew or you are...
I'm a Gentile. Well, it is really a problem, I would say, because the effects we have seen a lot of people misbehaving from not just from videos, but I can remember on 25th of December, just down somewhere around the state, I had to encounter one of such events too. The person was like, I thought the guy was dead. I thought he was just like they were rushed. They had to take him on their shoulders and was rushing him to somewhere. And I'm like, what's happening? What is going on? Next thing, they had to they laid him down and started pouring him water. Now, this guy had to, he ceased for over 30 minutes. Just like a statue of liberty somewhere in the world. And at the end of the day, he had to recover. He came back and I was just surprised. I was like, what really happened? What happened to this young man? Well, that alone is a problem because this has medical issues. It affects the kidney. You will see that one of the best, I could say, in Nigeria, videographer, one of the best cinematographer, one of the best in Nigeria. He came out on his X platform to give a condemnation of and to give a detail of what drug abuse has done to a lot of people. And this drug abuse, I can tell you, goes hand in hand with hard drinks that are very, very hard. And you know that not just the puffing alone, as it is smoke, it affects your kidney, it affects your liver. From few things I know in the medical, even though I'm not a medical doctor, from few things I've learned that there's your liver, it gets to rejuvenate and gets to get better as you treat it right and as you avoid those things. But you see young people now, just for them to be high and for them to flow with the trend of what is happening, are taking hard drugs. what will this do to them? This will, first of all, affect us as a society, affect our mental health, station. Because Deb, I can tell you that maybe 1 or 2 times you've seen someone that, like let's say a guy wants to talk to a young lady. The guy will first of all want to go and get high so that they can be able to talk. The courage, that kind of a thing. Yeah. I don't know if you have seen that. If you have also read, I don't know actually your line, but if you've read how this thing affects the body system. People go into dialysis that they should not have gone into because of hard drugs. And maybe we could just look into this together and find our just something we can tell the people. Because I'm surprised though. Why I'm surprised, not that I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised because first of all, young people are getting to flow with the trend.
Yeah.
And do you know, as the commission of enjoyment, I will bring myself in right now.
Okay.
We have seen this with most of our celebrities, and we have seen this a lot. Then, looking at those celebrities, most of them are not looking healthy.
No.
But we think that the young people of nowadays think that that's how they should, live their life. That's how they should move. Because I'm seeing the influence and education and the entertainment scenario is showing that vibe. So I don't know how you see that too.
Well, you said they take it because of boldness,
yes.
And then they want to have, because I know when you're in the front of a crowd, you might make certain mistake. Now you don't want to use your clear eyes to make those mistakes, especially
yes,
put it like that. You don't want to use your clear eye to make those mistakes. Now you want to just take it to be able to perform well. Now to be able to forget whatever is bothering you,
and then your
just
eye will later clear.
Eye will later clear. And there are some people that when it comes to this weed, most of them when they cook, they put it in their food so they can sleep very well for a long time.
Mr. Rex, it's nice to hear the young ones speak to these issues. So at least we believe that some of their are watching. But let me bring you to this conversation as to regards when we talk about weak health institution, lending hand to this menace, and we'll speak to the expenses involved in rehabilitation and the poor services. And it leads me to ask, how are these things still getting into our society? What is the NDLEA doing about all this, Mr. Rex?
Okay, let me start from the NDLE, the regulatory body against drugs. I do not see the NDLE doing enough in a situation where we have many young persons, or we're not talking about even the older person, into drug abuse. And then you have the medical centers for rehabilitation and treatment of drug-related diseases. We have about 200, where we have over 1 million of, over 1 million drug people who should have access to treatment, rehabilitation, and so on and so forth. Yet, it's not enough. One, these agency that should be able to regulate situations where have not been doing very well. Drugs now, in fact, there are allegations that even in prison, drugs are sold. Marijuana and the rest of things, these are allegations in the correctional centers and so on. So you see, and most often on the streets, you see peddlers of drugs on the streets everywhere. Yet, nobody really challenges them. It's a free trade. There are free trade zones for drug and so on in most cities, and we do not see them, being challenged. That is why, and all these younger persons are interested in getting themselves involved in high up, in doing this and doing that. People like some musicians have been rehabilitated severally, after which they die. even common cigarette, the federal government will still ask you, ask the producers of this cigarette to ensure that they write that cigarette smokers are liable to die young. I know a young man, it was not just about drug abuse, but he was using a very strong analgesic for a particular wound that he often has, because a footballer he had a wound on the leg. And that drug went and damaged his kidney. In fact, after going through dialysis and all that, he eventually died. He died last year. So it's not about just the illicit drugs, it's about even the common drugs and analgesic, paracetamol, like you said. You don't just give yourself drugs. If you have problem, consult a doctor. The doctor will be able to know and assess and know exactly what drug that you must have to use. And there are drugs, if you use them more than the time you're supposed to use it, you certainly have problems. So I think about drugs in Nigeria, NDLE should wake up from their slumber and do the needful.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now this is a wrap for today's newspaper review here on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now up next is our sports update from the sports oracle himself.
Thank you very much for calling me the sports oracle. It's nice. Well, the things happening in the world of sports are just a few things. Demola Lookman of Atlanta is set to, be looking up to a new team for transfer. Fenerbahce are going for him, and other top teams across Europe. He is currently worth 40 million euros, and at the end of the day, we are expecting him to make his signature before January runs out, because he and his camp are expecting a permanent move, while those guys could be looking out at having a loan move from other people. Well, it is also said that Victor Osimhen has made a remark that all the players around Super Eagles camp should come to Turkey so that they could play, and that there will be a chance, there's opportunities to play in Turkey. He made this call yesterday, and he is also pushing for some of the players who featured in the Super Eagles team just a few days ago as AFCON rounded up. And there are other things that he has said which is around the transfer for them to come so that they can play and have a good team. I'm sure Victor Osimhen is trying to also build a formidable team around himself with the Nigerian Super Eagles guy. Still on what is happening in the world of transfer, it is said that Casemiro of Manchester United, the defensive media of Manchester United, will not continue with the club next season as his contract expires at the end of the season. He wrote yesterday, and the club officially announced it on their pages, on their WhatsApp platform and also on their X platform, commending the player for being ruthless and also being someone who has given his best while he has stayed in the team for 4 years, and is set to round up in the next 4 months as Manchester United finds their place in the top of the league, qualifying for Champions League, and know if they could grab any trophy. Thank you very much. This is all we have in the sports update.
All right, and moving over to the business update, we're starting with the Nigerian stock market. As of Thursday, January 22nd, 2026, where the Nigerian stock market closed on a very negative note, breaking a brief positive streak. The oil share index declined by 0.52%, setting at least 165,397.37 points, compared to Wednesday's close of 166,267.60 points. The data was largely attributed to profit taking in mid to high cap stocks, particularly in the industrial insurance sector. The market's summary by capitalization, we saw a decrease, which is approximately at 557 billion naira, closing at 105.886 trillion naira. Trading volume, we saw 768.25 million units of shares exchanging hands, and the market rate was negative skewed with 39 losers against 37 gainers. And leading the top 5 gainers, we see the NCR Nigeria PLC closing its book yesterday at 188.15 15 kobo, making a positive plus adjustment of 10%. And we are seeing John Holt PLC equally closing its book at 7 naira 70 kobo, making a positive plus 10 adjustment. We are seeing Infinite Trust Mortgage Bank equally closing at the same price of 770 kobo, making equally a plus 10 positive adjustment. Then final on this list of gainers is Deep Capital Management, which closes trading yesterday at 6 naira 51 kobo, making a plus 9.97% positive adjustment, taking us to the losers, who were led by small cap tickers and notable profit taking in the industrial sector. Here we're seeing Omatech Ventures leading the pack, which by closing its book at 2 naira 12 kobo, making a negative adjustment of minus 9.40%. They are followed by International Energy Insurance, which closed trading yesterday at 3 naira 10 kobo, making a minus 6.06 negative adjustment. They are equally on third on that very list is International Breweries, which closed trading yesterday at 14 naira 10 kobo, equally on the negative minus 6.00% adjustment. We are seeing NEM Insurance closing trading yesterday at 2 naira, equally making a negative adjustment of minus 5.60%, leaving us at Lavrage Africa WAPCO, closing trading yesterday at 150 naira, making a negative adjustment of minus 5.06%. Now over to the Naira performance as at yesterday, equally Thursday, January 22nd, 2026. We see where the Naira shows slight depreciation across the official market windows, continuing a period of moderate volatility. The Naira weakened slightly in the Nigerian foreign exchange market, closing at 1,421 Naira 50 kobo as against the dollar. During tradings, we see the Naira climb to a high of 1,423 Naira 50 kobo against the dollar, and the lowest yesterday was 1,421 Nairas against the dollar. And at the parallel market, which many refer to as the black market, we saw in this informal market where Naira maintained a relatively stable but wider spread, trading between 1,425 Naira and 1,435 Naira against the dollar in major hubs like Lagos and Abuja. Liquidity remained a key factor as demands for invisible, speaking to school fees and travel, continues to put pressure on available supply. When we take a look at the key economic indicators, we see that the central bank has maintained a tight monetary stance to support the currency, which is wrapped up at a monetary policy rate of 27%. Inflation rate still at 15.15%. We're showing significant moderation from 2024-2025 peaks. At the foreign reserves supported by steady oil receipts and improved diaspora remittances. And this is it for the Nigerian Business News Update. And over to Deborah.
All right, thank you very much for that. And of course, it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. And please do not forget to follow us across our social media platforms, across Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, X, Facebook, all at Aneke TV. Or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's always a pleasure having you here on our show every morning. I am Deborah Wakuba.
And thank you, Mr. Res Arum, for those passionate takes on River State. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you.
And
Be on Aneke TV always.
And to you, Mr. Goodhope, the man of many parts, the mental mechanic. It's always a pleasure to have you on Sunrise.
Thank you very much.
And Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time on Monday. Bye-bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society. a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
That on the Insight is the program where we bring you topical issues, headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And today, we are looking at running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate. In recent weeks, water supply has emerged as a major issue in public discourse across Enugu State, dominating conversation both online and offline. Central to this debate is the commitment of the Enugu State government under Governor Peter Mba to deliver potable water to households across the state. The administration has highlighted significant investments in water infrastructure and rehabilitation of key facilities as part of its development agenda. However, despite this reported intervention, many residents, particularly within parts of the Enugu metropolis, continue to report limited or non-existent access to pipe-borne water. This contrasting narrative have raised critical questions about project execution, distribution efficiency, timelines, and transparency. So, how much progress has truly been made? Are the challenges structural, technical, or logistical? When should residents realistically expect consistent access to safe running water? To help us examine these issues and separate verifiable progress from public perception, we are joined by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on New Media, Dr. Ruben Onyishi, for an in-depth discussion on the state's water supply drive and the road ahead. Doctor, good morning, and it's a pleasure to have you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Doc, now we're talking about water in Enugu State. And I mean to ask, Governor Peter Mba stated that potable water would run in every home within 180 days of assuming office. As we speak today, has that target been fully made? Yes or no?
Thank you very much. That target has been met technically, and I will explain if you want. If I should go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. You know, when we came on board, His Excellency Governor Peter Mba made a promise that within 180 days, water will run in every home. You understand? It was a promise he made, and he began to work towards it. And I know that within that 6 months, we were able to achieve that target at the upstream level.
Within 6 months.
Yes. Now, you see, water supply is something that, Enugu has issue because of the topography, and then the undulating landscape and the large deposit of coal. Okay? But we had to find a way to get behind this. Before now, at the upstream level, we are generating about 2 million, 3 million liters of water. Before now, before Governor Ba came on board. So, and the daily water need of Enugu is between 70 and 100 million liters. Alright? So you could see what was happening before now. So before now, generation was a problem. Okay? Because you can't even talk about reticulation when you haven't done generation. So by the time Mba came on board, within that 6 months, 2023, we came in May. Towards December, he had already commissioned the 9th Mile 247 water scheme. 9th Mile 247 water scheme with a gas plant, there is generator, and an access to electricity. So the essence of building a gas plant there is that, His Excellency wouldn't want a situation where there will be excuse. So which means that every day, we have the capacity to generate 120 million. 9th Mile 247 water scheme was generating 120 million. Then Oji water scheme was generating 50 million. So you find out that at the upstream level, we met the target. Think of it, from part 3 to 3 million liters to 120 million liters. Sorry, 9th Mile 247 was generating 70 million. Then Oji was generating 50 million. That makes it 120 million liters. Think of what we were getting before and what we are getting now, based on what we achieved within that 180 days. All right. Now, another thing is we have met the target at the upstream level. By the time we came down to the downstream water management system, we found that issue. We found that, if you notice, then pipes were bursting everywhere. Everywhere in Enugu, pipes were bursting. Why? Because of the colonial asbestos pipes that were installed. You understand? Those pipes were already in disuse. So we had to find a way to replace those asbestos pipes with 9mm pipe. And that was what we were doing. Now, another thing is that it's not just that we are generating this 120 million, but how do we take water to the unreached? Do you understand? Because you know that new settlements are springing up every day. All right? Places that weren't factored in before now. Of course, there are developments. There are new settlements. Before now, there was nothing like Monarch. Do you understand? And then so many other places, at Emene, several other places sprang up. So what do we do? How do we take water to the unreached? That's another thing. Because those people, there were no pipes laid, nothing. So which means you have to start afresh to lay pipes. But we now encounter the problem there. At that level, we now saw that many houses in this area were built on waterways. Many houses. So how do you navigate through without demolishing all these houses? How do you navigate through? Because that's the question. Without demolishing all these houses. So that is the question. And then, if you want to demolish all the houses built on waterway, there will be hue and cry. Enugu will become a demolition site. Because so many houses were built on waterways. All right? Okay. And somebody was still saying the other day, well, demolish them now. Demolish them. I don't think that such a person has a compassionate spirit. You understand? And we were saying that we demolished Ogiga, and what was demolished at Ogiga was just a handful of houses. Do you understand? Because we wanted to build terminals. And you know that urban renewal program, yes, naturally there will be displacement in urban renewal. But not when we are talking about the number of houses built on waterways in Enugu is terrible. So we can't embark on that. So what we are currently doing is that we are trying to navigate through. You understand? Find a way to get water to the unreached, and that is what has been happening. As I'm talking to you, we are still working. There are so many other places. I'm talking to you. About 12,000 households have newly been connected. I'm not talking about those that we are already connected, but currently we have 12,000 households newly connected. And then if you look at somewhere like UNEC wasn't having, there was no water in UNEC before. We have taken water to UNEC. So it is a gradual process because of these challenges we have. We got on the way. At a point, we had a foreign direct investment in the water management system. You understand, from one day Nexus of Austria, right? But at a point, because this government has a lot to do. This government, you can see that development is Peter Mbah's special fault, infrastructure here and there and all that. So we can't just be, and a whole lot of money has been committed. If I tell you what was spent on 9th Mile 247 water scheme, a whole lot has already been committed for us to get up to that 120 million, so that we even surpass the daily water need of Denu. So we were thinking that by the time we enhance generation, you understand, to that humongous level, that reticulation will not be a problem. But we came down and discovered some of these problems, and that is what we are tackling. All right, I would say more.
One thing that is not in doubt is that from the data you've given, you've scaled up from what you met on ground.
Yes.
But before I get into the nitty-gritty of this discussion, there is a niggling question here, and that is when I look at the 180 days that the governor gave,
yes,
to give every household in Enugu State water,
yes,
and then looking at the issues that you're now raising, speaking to colonial pipes that are burst, then one may want to, draw the conclusion that your government, that your party as well, though you are now in APC, that you people didn't do a holistic analysis of the promises you were making when you made that promise that within 180 days that water will become manna in Enugu State.
Well, the fact is that, you see, when we give ourselves a target, if you look at all the projects the governor is doing, he gives himself a target. If you understand what a target means, you will understand what happened. A target doesn't mean that this thing is, there's hard and fast rule about it that you've got to do. A target is meant to drive you. So when you are thinking that within this foreseeable future, that within this period, you understand, you are going to do this. So the target is meant to drive you. Nobody needs targets.
All right.
Even when we worked in the bank, for instance, if you are given a target, we will be saying, what percentage of this target are you meeting? You understand? You are doing 60% of your target. You are doing 80% of your target, because the target is meant to be out of the world. It is meant to be huge so that you work to achieve it. All right. Now, it's not as though we didn't take proper analysis. Do you understand? But the fact is that His Excellency was passionately, when he was coming, he was like, this water issue has become a problem in Enugu. Why can't we address it? It wasn't just a political statement. It was something he meant to do. Well, we can address this water situation. And then we addressed it at that level of generating. Think of 2 million, 3 million to 120 million. That's huge. That's huge, if you will agree with me. If nobody is going to be political about it, you agree with me that that's huge.
I've already
but the thing is that nobody knows it all. At times you could plan things, and then when you would come on the ground, we didn't know. Nobody knew that this asbestos pipe would be bursting. But immediately they started bursting, we replaced them. We had to replace them with 9 mm pipe, because these are already areas that are already piped. We already have pipes there. So that didn't become an issue. You see, we are digging holes here and there in Enugu, then replacing those pipes. So we have comfortably replaced those pipes. All right. But then, what about people building on waterways? How could we have known? You understand that many people built on waterways until we came down and saw this thing. And then if we start to demolish all the houses in Enugu, come on. You will even say, please take your water and leave house, because that's what the Enugu people will say. Is that, how can you be demolishing houses everywhere? So we won't do that, but we have to patiently, the people have got to be patient to enable us to navigate through out of these channels and find alternative routes to the provision of water.
All right.
And we're still working
All right, Doc.
right now.
All right, Doc.
Yes.
What is
so nobody should be carried away by 180 days as though we were children. If something happens and it's becoming terribly simplistic.
I see you're very, very passionate when we talk about the achievements of your government.
Yes, because I know it's performing.
But one thing is that without critiques, you won't be able to evaluate the milestone so far.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
What I'm looking at now, we've seen the challenges.
Yes.
And I'm asking, I suppose that by now you must have done a re-evaluation and speaking to your government in your stand. There must be a re-evaluation of what needs to be done. So what is the plan currently?
The plan currently is that water is being taken to the unreached. Reticulation is ongoing. I forgot the name of that project, that plan now. Where you don't even need to bore holes directly. That's where you excavate the ground and lay pipes. You will from one point lay pipes down without even anybody seeing it. Do you understand? That's what there's a name for it. I forgot it. Okay. That's what is ongoing now. It is not what we now do is that they will just come to a particular point. Like the other time they came to front of government house and pipes were laid down in the street without excavating anywhere. They just from that point borehole. There's a technology from that point borehole and take pipe down without you seeing any open place. That is what is ongoing now.
Okay.
So reticulation is still ongoing. Governor Mba doesn't joke with his promises. Let me tell you, Mba never promises what he cannot do. There is no promise he made that he doesn't fulfill. The only thing you will say is that yes, we gave ourselves a target, that this is what we are going, but we find out that those targets are no longer feasible because of the challenges we encounter. How did all this water issue now begin? Let me tell you, you don't need to tell him about what to do because he's working. He's working and he's passionate about it. How did it start? One Okulora went on and said there is no water anywhere. It was the first parrot that began to chirp that there is no water. And all the birds in the world took it and started singing. All the birds.
Anyway, Doc, I don't know an Okulora.
You don't know Okulora.
I don't know Okulora.
It was Okulora.
But what I know, Doc, just calm down. I know you're quite animated and passionate about this discussion, but I need you to be calm. I don't know Okulora. You say Okulora or somebody.
Okulora,
I don't know him. I don't know how I don't know
to get that kind of followership.
I don't know the individual.
Very responsible person.
I don't know the individual, but when we speak to is something that concerns you and I.
Yes.
One thing that is knowing that I've commended your government for being able to scale from 2 to 3 million liters to 120 that you talk about, which is commendable, but we'll have to discuss these issues without people like us who are critics. Yes. I bet you won't be able to achieve celebrate your achievements in government.
I agree with you.
So speaking to the facts on ground, I am asking now, you've mentioned Night Mile and the Oji River.
Yes.
Now I'm asking, this scheme, is it channeled to feeding the rural areas or both the urban and rural areas, and how far have we gone? Because you know why I asked this question, Doc, you know why I asked this question? I've been up and about and I go around a lot. For example, this area and Charaleat, I suppose is called, I have not seen that water.
You have not seen water in Charaleat?
That area, that's what it's called.
No,
Yes, I see people still struggling to fetch from the well.
No, water runs there, but I think there was a problem within. There's some problem. Some people tampered with I don't know. There's a problem we are trying to rectify. That's why it seems water is not running. But water runs in all those places. But it's just a temporary setback. Do you understand that has been, cleared? When people try to be mischievous, you understand? Because this water issue wasn't even in the front burner, wasn't even being talked about. But, we are in era of election. Now, election is coming. This year we'll do primaries and all that. And then people want to score cheap political points with water. That's what they are doing. And they are sending E-rats, data boys, to go to the social media and then be screaming, where is the water? Where is the water? And it's all the rage. Look, we know they are mischief. There are very mischievous people that are just cashing in on that because Okulora said that. But the fact remains that this is the situation. This is where we are. Do you understand? But the reticulation is still ongoing because of the challenges we encountered. And before the end of this administration, you understand, water shall have been connected to every area. Another thing is that people also need to connect to the water system, because if water is taking down your street, you understand the point, you have to connect it to your household. You understand? But some persons might not even have connected, but are saying they don't have water. So you have to connect through water corporation. Do you understand? You were asking about whether this thing is happening just in the city or the rural areas. Yes. Now, when we're talking about this water challenge, we're talking about Enugu metropolis. Okay. Do you understand? Because of the peculiar nature of Enugu, the topography. Do you understand? We have. That's what we're saying. But other places have water. There are boreholes. Eruasa is also working. You know, you have Eruasa that is taking care of water in all these rural areas and all that. Are working. So it wasn't anybody that told him back. It wasn't a political promise. He didn't make that promise. Who made this kind of promise and within 6 months has raised water generation to that level? He made that promise, which means he was committed to it. Do you understand? But when you encounter a challenge in the course of something, it's not for you to chicken out. Do you understand? You would have said, okay, we are chickening out. We couldn't. Regulation is a problem, so we shouldn't continue. No, we don't chicken out. We continue to find a solution to it. The only thing is that that target may not be met, but surely it will be met.
All right.
All right.
All right, Doc. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to probe on these very issues.
Okay.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, I want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you for staying with us. And if you're just joining us, we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, Senior Special Assistant to the Governor of Enugu State on new media. And we'll be looking at the issue around water in Enugu State. Doc, still on this very issue, I commend your government because
thank you.
It's obvious there's a lot of commendation, even their critique speak to the things they do right, but still on this very water issue is one aspect that we've seen tremendous improvement, but the human being like Oliver Twist that we read about will still ask for more. And then how do we hold your government accountable? At least it is by the things you tell us that you will give us, not to say that you are not trying. But I'm looking at this issue now that we are quite aware, and everybody watching now knows that there is a problem. Speaking to the topography, where we have colonial pipe that were not replaced, and if the government before your government did much, by now we'll see that you have been able to scale it. But I still we are talking about the metropolis. How are we going to navigate this challenge? You were talking about the new system that's been adopted. How are we going to navigate this challenge to see that by the time the election comes, we'll have something tangible to tell the people?
We have always had something tangible to tell the people, and His Excellency Governor Ba is committed to his promises, and everything he says he would do, he is doing them, and even doing more. This is a governor on speed lane, that while you are thinking of the one he has done, he has even done another that you never expected. That is the governor for you. The idea is to rev up the GDP. He is committed to 3 objectives that will enhance the economy of Enugu State. To rev the GDP up to $30 billion. To make Enugu the first choice of investment destination, tourism and living. And then to eradicate poverty to 0% headcount index. So you see that all these things like building of infrastructure, as a matter of fact, all the roads in Enugu now have been flagged up for construction. We flagged off for 1,022 roads the other day, which means that all the roads in Enugu will be paved, apart from the one that has been already done and the ones that are already ongoing. Do you understand? Then you talk about the smart schools, where he built 260 smart schools. You talk about the 260 tattoo hospitals already built. Then you talk about all the revamped moribund assets, the UPPL and Hotel Presidential, ICC, and all that, Niger Gas, you know, these things. And then again, the new Enugu city that is being constructed. And then the transport terminals. And then the Enugu Air. And then the farm estates. And then what he plans to do in the rural areas, each ward getting 10 kilometers of roads and all that. The fact is that the target of this government is to build 1,250 kilometers of roads every year. So in 10 years, we shall have built 10,000 kilometers of roads in 8 years. All right. So everything we said we would do, we would do. Now, when you encounter a challenge at a certain point, the challenge is meant to be dealt with. That's why it is a challenge. It will be dealt with, and it is being dealt with because reticulation. But then the speed is what has actually not been in place. You know, because when you say 180 days, it will be done with this speed at every, you know. But this challenge has obstructed the speed. You understand? But it is ongoing. And we say that before the end of this administration, water will reach the unreached. Okay. It's just for us to be patient. But the mischievous people have taken it up from there. They are now saying there is no water. Where is water? There is no water. Every day water. Every day water. Some of them don't do anything except every morning. In the morning he will write where is the water. Every afternoon he will write. Every evening. That's what some of them are doing. Because of all that Pitamba is doing, they didn't see where to anchor except this water. All that the governor is doing, nobody is talking about the smart schools. We talk about 260. What it takes to build one smart school is 1.2 billion. Nobody is talking about that. Unfortunately, nobody is talking about that. And then the tattoo hospital, where the governor has brought health care to the grassroots, so that in your ward you have access to quality Medicare. Nobody is talking about that, unfortunately. All that the governor is doing, why are they not talking about that? Why are they not celebrating them? Why are they now talking about water? You know, water that we met the target upstream, and we are working on ensuring that it reaches everywhere. Is that supposed to be an issue? Is that supposed to be a problem? Is that why somebody should wake up in the morning and say, where's water? Don't you see the politics in it? Don't you see that it has political undertone and these people are being malicious and mischievous? It's not mischief. But the fact is that whatever the governor says he will do, he will do.
That's why governor has people like you who are speaking about it, so that people understand.
Yes.
And then let's go back to timeline now.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I've heard all the plans, the things, you've met it upstream. Then, but looking at timeline, how are we going to, achieve this? Seeing that like you did say, I'm quoting you now, that water will reach the unreached. what can we place a timeline in terms of, okay, this is where we are at this moment? And I'll give it to you that in Kokab, I was surprised to see a running water there. You understand? Yeah. That's, to speak to the fact that your administration is working.
Yes.
But there are still areas, like you quite agree with me, that are yet unreached. And I'm asking for timeline, or is it that the governor is now, leaving it to one of those next term agenda?
I already gave you a timeline. I said in the life of the administration.
In the life of
this administration.
Are you not making a political statement, Doc?
Yeah. In the life of this administration.
Okay.
Before the end of this administration, before the end of this first tenure. That's what I'm saying.
Every part of the urban.
Yes. Yes, because we are already, you see, we are silently working. Big and bad doesn't make noise. I told you that what they do now is that you, from this point, lay pipes without boring holes anywhere. Have you ever seen that technology? That is what is happening in Enugu now. Nobody working silently, so that pipes are being taken, connected to the unreached. I told you that we have already connected 12,000. The statistics are there. 12,000 households unreached before now, but now reached. 12,000 are connected. So more people are getting connected. Do you understand? So that because all the water, we have all the reservoirs in Enugu replenished, all the reservoirs. So there are so many reservoirs, like the one at somebody called the other day at right around the minute, and said that they could see all the reservoir, but water is not running in their place. I just discovered that water is running there now. Maybe because there was a problem, they just fixed it.
Because you have critics.
Yes.
That's why you can
no, it's not even because we have critics. It's just that, let me tell you, there are persons, there are officials that are dedicated to this water question. Her name is Sandra George, SA to the governor on revenue, but she has this thing, she took it upon herself. She's the one monitoring the water development in Enugu. Do you understand? So they are working round the clock every day. And when we hold meetings, like on Mondays like this, we hold meetings, Sandra gives a report. Where are we now? So it's not as if, you see how Mba operates. Mba doesn't operate randomly. There is intentional, intentional dedication to it. So that we say this is where we are. By next week you are coming, where have you reached? Are you still where you were before? Where are you now? Do you understand? So we get these reports every Monday. I don't think the meeting might have ended now because I didn't attend it today because of engagements. Because of engagement. But every day these things are being reported. Where are we now? What new areas have we connected? What new areas have we connected? Sandra will give the report. Right. Okay, so we are working to ensure that every area is reached in Enugu.
All right.
Just a question of time.
All right, Doc. Let me go out of script this time around. Now that you're speaking to the efforts of Sandra in this regard, and one thing I know when I came into Enugu State is that your government prides itself as a people-centered government, speaking to the welfare of the people. And I now ask, because I have a friend who usually will tell you that he is for the grassroots, right, and for the masses. And I want to ask, for the masses, where this water scheme has not gotten to, and I've seen that there are concerted efforts to see that water reached the unreached, and I like that your language as well. But what I'm asking is, what's the immediate plan to ameliorate the suffering of the people around area where this water has not reached? And I tell you, I've been to places where government provides tanker water, for let me use that term, to supply the people to ease the pain. Is there any such thing happening in Enugu State?
Thank you very much. I know that there was a time that I think Chinedunu had something he called water on wheels. Water on wheels. It was something that was meant to deal with this water situation. You understand? But immediately we had up to that we began to generate 120 million liters. We found out that that business was completely no longer viable. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do it, you have to pay token. Do you understand? You have to pay for the supply rate. But the thing is that by the time we now started generating 120 million, do you even know that people were sabotaging this thing? Water galleries, we built water galleries the other day. The tanker drivers were sabotaging this effort. They were going there to vandalize these water galleries. We had water galleries all over the place in Enugu here, but they were going to vandalize them. You understand? You leave and they will go and vandalize these water galleries so that water will no longer run there. And these are the people who will now start singing that give us the water, there's no water. But they are the ones vandalizing it. But the only thing is that public utility, like right now, anybody who dares to go and vandalize any public utility, what happens to you? You take it. Do you understand? Because company cannot be providing and you are destroying. These are public utilities. You should allow people to have access to it. Okay? So this government has made a lot of efforts in the direction of water. At least we are sure that generation is not the problem. We already have water in the reservoirs everywhere being pumped every day that can serve Enugu comfortably. All right. So, but the problem is, look, we are no longer going to say we are tied to 180 days. We can no longer be tied to 180 days.
What you agree is that 180 days is not feasible.
No. We can't be tied to that.
It's not feasible.
It's a target.
That is
meant to drive us.
Feasible.
That meant to drive us.
Okay.
But right now, we are working to ensure that this. Okay, shall we now say, oh, you see, we couldn't meet it in 180 days, so we hands off.
Nobody is saying you hands off.
So you no longer serve the people.
You still hold you accountable.
So that's what we are doing. 180 days, yes. But look, we had a challenge.
Okay.
And this is the challenge, which is obvious. Okay. And if not that Gumba is a compassionate governor, he would have said, look, remove all these houses on waterways. If he makes that, this place will be like the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. People will wail. He's a compassionate governor. But now people are saying, go and destroy them. Because you demolish houses to build this thing. Go and demolish all those houses. And these are people's sweat. Alright? Sweat of people. If we demolish all the houses on waterways, that will be here and cry. And the same people who are saying that, crying and lamenting. So, but what we are doing is that we are trying to navigate it, try to see how we can move to it's difficult. It's quite very difficult, but we are working on it.
All right. Now, I want to ask, from the lessons that has been learned from your experience around the achievement in the water scheme.
Yes.
I want to ask, what can be applied to other critical infrastructure projects, drawing from your experience around these water issues?
What other critical projects, infrastructure?
Your infrastructure. There are other projects that you're embarking on, and
yes.
I'm asking, how can we draw from your experience? You've spoken to vandalization. You've spoken to going back to the drawing board as to having broken colonial annexes and pipes. You understand? So, and I'm asking, what else can we draw from this to apply to other critical areas?
Well, what we draw from the projects that are being done is the fact that Mba likes to give himself a target. Because as a matter of fact, if you don't have a target, you may not be focused. If a road is being flagged up today, you will say, look, this road will have to be completed in 1 year or in 2 years. Do you understand? Like the Opiwogo road that they're working on now. He gave himself a target and said, look, this has to contractor, you have to deliver this thing in 1.5 years. Do you understand? The idea of target is very important because this is an entrepreneurial governor who is coming from a solid background of business. He has business orientation and the deliverables. So he has that background, and this is the language that is spoken in such entrepreneurial environment. That is the language. You understand? The language is that you have got to achieve this thing within so and so time. All right. And all the projects that are being done, another thing is that we are also looking at quality. Quality assurance is also key to these projects, so that you don't do a shoddy job. Like all the roads that are being done, the timeline, the quality is that you do the earthwork, you do the stone base and all that, and it last up to 30-50 years. That is the target. So if you are doing any road, you are contractor in any way, you have to be done with these specifications. Smart schools, while they were being built, we also noticed that some contractors were trying to cut corners by using substandard material. You understand? Say use 16 mm, they use 12 mm or 13 mm. And then we have the inspectorate team that is going everywhere, every day supervising, headed by the SSG. So supervising to ensure. So when we discover that this is what you do, we demolish, like the one at Ingbu, we have to demolish it. And we have to start afresh, because at your own cost, because you are not supposed to cut corners. All right. However, so that is another thing, is ownership. Most of these projects that are being done, we want the people to own them. Ownership. If you own them, they will be sustained. Sustainability will be enhanced by ownership. You see, if you own this project, you protect them. You will know that this thing is being, take for instance, smart school that you built in your ward. You have to protect it, even though government is going to put security and order. But if you take it as your own, you will not allow it to be vandalized. After government has installed all the equipment, installed the smart board, installed at the lab, AI lab, robotics lab, mechatronics lab, virtual augmentation, and all that, and augmented reality, and at the end of the day, it will be vandalized. You see, the purpose is defeated. By the time we give every child, because as smart school now, what they do is that every child is entitled to a tablet, your school uniform, everything you get is free. Just make yourself available, and then you have lunch. So whatever that is provided has to be protected. These are the takeaways from the project. So we are looking at quality assurance, we are looking at sustainability.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll still probe on other issues.
All right. Thank you.
Ndi Igbo, this is a call to unity and thanksgiving. A historic day has been set. A day for one people, one voice, and one heart lifted in gratitude. For the first time in our history, Igbo archbishops and bishops, in one spirit, with Ohaneze and Igbo, have set aside the last Saturday of January as the Igbo World Day of Adoration and Thanksgiving. On January 31st, 2026, from 9 a.m. to noon, the Igbo people at home and across the nations will stand as one. One language, one faith, one voice of gratitude. In churches everywhere, worship will rise in the Igbo tongue, echoing a story the world cannot forget. A people who walked through war, loss, and long years of marginalization, yet refused to be broken. This is not just a service. It is remembrance. It is survival. It is thanksgiving for a people who endured and endured with faith. Anglican, Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, Pentecostal leaders, together with CAN, Southeast Zone, invite every Igbo heart, young and old, near and far, to join this sacred hour. Prepare your spirit. Lift your voice. Give thanks to God for the Igbo journey, a journey of courage, faith, and triumph. January 31st, 2026, the Igbo world rises as one.
All right, thank you for staying with us. And we've been discussing with Dr. Ruben Onishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State on new media. And we've been discussing issues around running water. We said, is it running water or running promises inside Enugu's water supply debate? And Dr. Onishi has been giving us in-depth insight on what the government of Dr. Peter Mba has been doing concerning the issue concerning running water in Enugu State. And Doctor, thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you.
But I won't let you go without asking question around what your government is doing. Because when we watch the news media and the television and anyway, what we are seeing is e-registration. And your government is saying you have a target of 1.5 million. What's driving this very agenda now?
Well, what is driving it is that Enugu has transmogrified from PDP to APC. And let me tell you, for instance, in my ward, everybody moved to the APC. Everybody. As a matter of fact, what used to be PDP party office is now APC party office in my ward. And this is replicated in the 260 wards in Enugu State. So APC has embarked on e-registration. As a matter of fact, over the weekend I registered, and so many people are registering because APC has taken over Enugu State. That is what it means. And everybody is doing that. Everybody, all Tom, Dick and Harry, everybody is struggling to ensure that they register. So I believe that Enugu is even going to beat that target of 1.5 million. We may get up to 2 or 2 point something or 3 million. Do you understand? Because the point is that where the governor goes, everybody goes. Right? And we have connected to the center. And you know what Tinubu did for APC is that APC is no longer a regional party where we're talking about. He has more or less opened a lot of opportunities for people to come in. So APC is now a national party. A national party that is connecting everybody. Do you understand? Connect, and that's why some people are fearing that it's making a one-party state. It's not a question of one-party state. Nobody is being coerced to join the APC. But people, because of what the president has done, everybody is eager to join the APC because it is the reigning party and it is a people-friendly party and with a lot of promises and all that. So that is why you can see that everybody, people are registering, and we will beat the target. Is being driven by this love for the president, and then our governor. You know, Peter Mba is loved, and it's because when you see that a governor is performing, it's not really about. It's not even about making money. Before, when we were campaigning, I told because I was in the campaign council. Do you understand? I was the chairman of online media campaign council. All right, and I was telling people that if Peter Mba needed money, he will not ask us, because this is someone who had already made it. I was the chief executive CEO of one of the companies, the best in the downstream oil and gas sector. He was already the chief executive and was doing very well. Was doing extremely very well. So it wasn't that he wanted to make money. That wasn't why he came. But because he knew that he has the key to unlock the economic potentials of Enugu State. And that is why he came on board.
All right.
So wherever he goes, we go. And the people of Enugu State moved with him. And his movement to the APC is in our own interest, because we are no longer playing fragmented politics. We are now playing national politics connected to the center, and there are so many advantages accrued to that. So that's the situation.
All right. Well, when I was speaking to someone in another political party, he attributed the e-registration to be that of panic, that APC in Enugu State have entered panic mood, leading to why they are moving towards the hinterlands to bring everybody on board to register into APC.
There is no panic anywhere. If you look at Enugu State, where is the opposition? Where is the opposition? Everybody talking about Enugu. Why is that even the party? Is it the PDP that is cowering at the moribund of cowering before the bricksmanship? Is it the PDP? Is it the Labour Party that is already dead, balkanized and dead? So is it the PDP that is sick So where is that opposition? I want to know, when you talk about opposition, where are the other mushroom parties or any other those parties that at the end of the day they will still say they have adopted them as their candidate? So where is the opposition? I want to know. I'm asking you, tell me, where is the opposition? There is no opposition here. What are you opposing? I've always said there's nothing to oppose in Enugu State. Are you opposing good governance? Are you opposing infrastructure development? Are you opposing human capital development? So what are you opposing? Because if you say you are opposition, we want to know what you're opposing. There's nothing anybody is opposing here. Nobody is opposing anything in Enugu State. So there is absolutely no opposition.
All right.
And Peter Mbah's re-election is as easy as eating okra soup. Very easy. Very easy as eating okra soup.
All right. Finally, Doctor, before I let you go, let me take you back to the main issue discussion. So what you are telling us here on the insight this morning is that before the end of the life of your administration, that's like you did promise that every household in Enugu would have water running in there to their homes?
Yes. That's what we hope to achieve.
And you see that is achievable?
Oh, it's achievable. Very much achievable. We're working towards it. It's very much achievable.
All right. And that's it for today on The Insight. And if you just joined us, we'll be speaking to Dr. Ruben Onyishi, a special assistant to the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, on new media. And he's been speaking to us on issues concerning running water. It's a pleasure to have you on Inside.
Thank you very much, Uche. Thank you.
Yes.
All right.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, remember that on The Insight, your views matter. Let us know what you think about what Dr. Onyishi has said concerning running water in Enugu State. Do you believe what he said, that before the end of this administration, we will see running water in every home in Enugu State? Or will it be another running promise? Till come your way, same time tomorrow. I'm still your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Enugu is one of the 36 states of the Nigerian Federation. It is located on a hilltop in the southern part of the country. It has a rich history and robust cultural heritage that boosts its uniqueness. Igbo is widely spoken in Enugu State. Enugu is popularly called the coastal state because of its large deposit of coal and other mineral resources. Enugu has 17 local government area councils. The history of Enugu dates back to the early 20th century when the British discovered coal in the Ude Hill in 1909, which led to the development of Enugu City in 1912 as a thriving mining town. Enugu empowered the Nigerian railway system and electric plants greatly during the colonial Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma, and here are the headlines. President Tinubu swears in new members of the Federal Character Commission. Aneke commits to removing non-Nigerians from voter register. FCT minister takes striking unions to court. Supreme Court concludes Al-Mustafa murder trial. And here are the details of the news. The National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu says Nigeria's security cooperation with the United States is now producing tangible operational results in the fight against terrorism. Speaking at the inauguration of the U.S.-Nigeria Joint Working Group in Abuja, Malam Ribadu noted that improved intelligence sharing and coordination between U.S. and AFRICOM and Nigeria's defense headquarters have strengthened counter-terrorism operations. He announced that enhanced target identification and joint planning have led to the interception of high-level terrorist facilitators and the dismantling of logistic network across multiple theaters. Malam Ribadu also acknowledged U.S. support in the delivery of military hardware, including drones, helicopters, and other advanced platforms acquired over the past 5 years. The National Security Advisor emphasized that all engagements respect to Nigeria's sovereignty and legal frameworks with strong safeguards for civilian protection and accountability. He expressed optimism that the Joint Working Group would further enhance Nigeria's technological and intelligence capabilities in addressing extremist threats. President Bola Tinubu has sworn in Huliat Omdiran as chairman of the Federal Character Commission alongside 37 commissioners representing all states and FCT. The ceremony took place at the presidential villa, marking the formal inauguration of a new leadership for the constitutional body. Omdiran, a former two-term member of the House of Representatives, takes over from the previous administration after completing the Senate confirmation. The Commission is mandated to ensure equitable distribution of public appointments, infrastructure, and opportunities across the Federation. The federal government says the reconstituted Commission will enforce compliance with the federal character principle. The body also retains legal authority to prosecute heads of agencies that fail to uphold equity in recruitment and appointments. The National Judicial Council, NJC, has recommended 14 lawyers for appointment as judges of the Federal High Court. The names were forwarded to President Tinubu following the conclusion of the screening and receipt of security clearance reports. According to the NJC, none of the candidates had adverse security findings, clearing the way for their elevation to the bench. The appointments are aimed at strengthening the court's capacity to manage its increasing caseload nationwide. The nominees include Suleiman Amida Hassan, Muhammad Barau Saudu, and Iboko Chinelo Conchita, among others. Upon presidential approval, the judges will be sworn in to serve on the Federal High Court. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has warned non-citizens to stay away from the continuous voter registration exercise. The Bauchi State Resident Electoral Commissioner, Professor Omar Ibrahim, announced that a foreign national was detected during phase 1 of the exercise. INEC says legal steps have begun to remove ineligible names from the voter register. The commission stressed that only Nigerian citizens have the right to vote or be voted for in any election. Phase 2 of the CVR is ongoing nationwide and will run until April 17, 2026. INEC is urging citizens to report suspicious registration attempts and to collect their permanent voters card ahead of the future elections. The Federal Capital Authority FCC Minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike, has approached the National Industrial Court over the ongoing strikes by workers under the Joint Unions Action Committee. The strike has led to a shutdown of the FCTA Secretariat and disruption of public services. The minister is seeking a court order to restrain union members from picketing government offices and obstructing official duties. The case, filed as NICN/ABJ/17/2026, has been scheduled for hearing while the court granting subsidized services on the unions. Despite the legal action, union leaders have directed workers to remain at home, insisting their welfare demands are unresolved. The standoff continues as Abuja residents await resolution. The Nasarawa state government has reaffirmed its support for security agencies to sustain peace and stability.
The secretary to the state government, Labaran Magaji, gave the assurance during a meeting with the state controller of the Nigerian Correctional Services in Lafia. Magaji emphasized the role of correctional reforms in preventing repeat offenses, noting that rehabilitation remains to the center of state justice and security. He pledged continued logistical and institutional support for security operations. Controller Anthony Sander acknowledged the state assistance but requested further support to meet operational demands. The government called on security personnel to remain committed to their duties in maintaining public safety. Kogi State Governor Ahmed Ododo has assured party members of internal democracy ahead of the 2027 elections. He gave the assurance during the launch of the APC electronic membership registration in Lokoja. The governor said no candidate would be imposed, stressing that fairness and adherence to party guidelines would guide the selection of flag bearers. He links the party's growing support to ongoing reforms at the federal level. Ododo directed political appointees and local government officials to support the digital registration process. He described the initiative as a step toward transparency and inclusiveness in party administration. Yobe State Governor Mike Malabuni has raised concern over worsening humanitarian conditions, revealing that about 2 million residents face severe hardship this year. He spoke at the launch of the 2026 Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan in Abuja. The governor said the state is shifting focus from emergency relief to long-term recovery from a durable solutions agenda. The plan aims to address displacement, rebuild livelihoods, and protect vulnerable populations, especially children. Buni called for a stronger collaboration with development partners and emphasized accountability in humanitarian interventions. He said the goal is to align relief efforts with sustainable peace and development. Political tension is rising in Kano amid speculation that Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf may defect from the NMPC to the APC. The development has renewed debate over the ongoing emirship dispute in the state. Observers say any political realignment could affect the delicate balance surrounding the Kano traditional leadership tussle. Concerns have also been raised about the possible security implication if the situation escalates. Stakeholders are urged restraint and adherence to legal processes. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, has concluded participation in the Doha International Maritime Defense Exhibition in Qatar. The visit focused on acquiring modern platforms and strengthening maritime security capabilities. The naval chief explored partnerships aimed at boosting Nigeria's indigenous shipbuilding program. The Navy has already produced several vessels locally and is seeking technology transfer to expand capacity. Discussions also covered specialized equipment for the Nigerian Navy Marines and fleet interoperability. The engagement aligns with efforts to modernize naval operations and secure the Gulf of Guinea. Former PDP chieftain Ayo Fadaka has resigned from the party, citing prolonged internal crisis. In a letter addressed to his ward chairman, he described the decision as difficult but necessary. Fadaka accused elements within the party of undermining its stability and values. He said internal conflicts has eroded the PDP standing and weakened its opposition role. His resignation marks another setback party in the southwest. Observers say development reflects deeper divisions within the PDP ahead of future elections. Former Kaduna State Governor Malam Nazar El-Rufai has criticized what he described as increasing cases of unlawful detention in Nigeria. Speaking at a public forum in Abuja, he warned that such practices strengthen democratic governance. Malam El-Rufai said detaining individuals without valid court orders violates constitutional rights and weakens public trust in institutions. He called for strict adherence to due process by security agencies. He urged authorities to strengthen the rule of law and ensure that justice institutions protect citizens' rights. According to him, democracy can only thrive where legal safeguards are respected. The APC in Yobe State says 70,000 members have been captured in the ongoing electronic membership registration exercise. The figure was disclosed by State Chairman Mohammed Gadaka during a stakeholders meeting in Damaturu. Party leaders attribute the turnout to grassroots mobilization across the 17 local government areas. The exercise is aimed at creating an accurate and verifiable membership database. Officials say the digital platforms will improve transparency and eliminate manual errors. The party describes the initiative as a strategic step towards strengthening its structure ahead of future elections. The Enugu State Police Command of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Service Corps has decorated one of 147 officers promoted in the 2025 exercise. The state commandant, Dr. Elijah Etim Willie, while congratulating the officers, charged them to uphold discipline, integrity, and exemplary leadership, stressing the increased public trust that comes with their new ranks. Correspondent Sadia completes the story.
The Enugu State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, has decorated 147 officers promoted in the 2025 promotion exercise, marking a significant milestone in their professional careers. The decoration ceremony, held at the State Command Headquarters in Enugu, attracted senior officers of the Corps, representatives of sister security agencies, as well as family members and well-wishers of the promoted personnel. Addressing the officers, the State Commandant, Dr. Elijah Etim Willie, described the promotion as both a reward for diligence and a call to higher responsibility. He charged the newly elevated officers to uphold discipline, integrity, and exemplary leadership, stressing that their new ranks come with increased public trust and expectation.
To our newly promoted officers and men, I congratulate you most heartily. A promotion is a recognition of your dedication to duty, discipline, commitment. It is not merely a change of rank, but a call to greater responsibility, leadership, and service. As you wear your new rank today, I charge you to uphold the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and discipline. Lead by example, respect the chain of command, and let your conduct reflect the honor and values of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps.
Dr. Willie further emphasized the need for the officers to align with modern law enforcement principles, deepen community engagement, and strengthen interagency collaboration to effectively respond to emerging security challenges in the state. He described the exercise as a defining moment that should inspire renewed commitment to the core values of the Corps. Speaking on behalf of the promoted officers, the Public Relations Officer of the Command, Pamela Chukwu, alongside another beneficiary, expressed gratitude to God and the leadership of the NSCDC for the confidence reposed in them. They pledged to justify the promotion through professionalism, loyalty, and selfless service to the nation.
I feel good. I feel very happy to be elevated. It's always good that when one has shown hard work in his job, it is only natural that it should be appreciated. And one of the ways in which you are appreciated in the Corps is by being elevated. And of course, you know that elevation comes with more responsibility. So definitely, I want to assure the Corps and the public that I am willing and able to perform all the tasks that are due to me by virtue of this promotion, and I am well ready to perform my duties as ought to.
As you witnessed today, I, together with my other senior colleagues, have been promoted to from our former ranks to our present ranks today. And it means a lot. We are very grateful to the authority who deemed us fit to deserve this honor. And to whom much is given, of course, much is expected. So this promotion, no doubt, comes with higher expectations and responsibilities. And as we all know, we were promoted because of our outstanding performance in our various areas of duties. And this promotion also signifies a higher task ahead of us. And we pledge to put in our best to justify this promotion and put in our best in our service to our motherland.
The event climaxed with the decoration of ranks amid cheers and applause from colleagues, friends, and family members, highlighting the significance of the occasion. Sadia Lukman, Aneke TV News.
Thank you very much, Sadia, for that report. You are watching Aneke TV News across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Tinubu has sworn in new members of the Federal Character Commission. Aneke says it will purge non-Nigerians from voter register. FCT minister has taken striking unions to court. Now, coming up shortly, Supreme Court has brought the Al Mustafa murder trial to a conclusion. See you immediately after.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has declared the legal matter involving Major Hamza Al-Mustafa and the 1996 assassination of Alhaja Kudirat Abiola conclusively closed. A 5-member panel led by Justice Uwani Abba Aji unanimously dismissed 2 appeals by the Lagos State government, making all Mustafa's 2013 acquittal final. The court cited a complete absence of prosecution activity as the basis for its decision. Although the Supreme Court granted Lagos State permission in 2014 to reopen the case, prosecutors failed to file any court process or notice of appeal within the mandatory 30-day period. Defense counsel Paul Daudu successfully argued that the state had abandoned the matter through inaction. As a result, the Apex Court struck out the case for lack of diligent prosecution. This ruling formally ends one of Nigeria's most high-profile murder trials. A lower court had sentenced Al-Mustafa to death in 2012, but that conviction was overturned by the Court of Appeal. With no further legal remedies available, the acquittal now stands unchallenged. The Police Service Commission (PSC) has refuted claims of deliberate delays in the promotion of police inspectors following the 2025 Departmental Selection Board exercise. PSC spokesperson Ike Chukwuani said on Thursday that processing is progressing and nearing completion, dismissing social media reports as misleading. The Commission explained that the scale of inspectors' cohort requires extensive checks. The PSC noted that inspector promotions involve a far larger candidate pool than senior ranks, necessitating through thorough background verification, performance reviews, and cross-command assessments. Critics have pointed to quick senior promotions as evidence of inequality, but officials clarified that procedural tracks differ by rank. Results are being finalized for imminent release with the current fiscal cycle. Responding to claims of low morale and early retirement threats among junior officers, the Commission called such assertions speculative. Chairman Hashimu Salihu Agungu and the Inspector General of Police reaffirmed commitment to merit-based advancement officers, with consents are encouraged to use official constitution or processes rather than media channels. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Funka, Professor Zachary Gundu, has filed a legal challenge seeking dismissal of 100.5 billion naira defamation suit brought by the Nasarawa State government and the Governor Abdullahi Sule, represented by lead counsel Professor Sebastian Horn. Professor Gundu described the suit as frivolous abuse of court process. His preliminary objection contends that government entities lack standing to sue defamation under common law. The suit arises from remarks Gundu alleged made on television regarding security and land administration in Nasarawa State. The government claims his comments portrayed it as promoting insecurity. Gundu's defense argues his statements were fair comment in the public interest and focused on official conduct. Additionally, Gundu's team says the government failed to meet mandatory procedural requirements established by the FCT High Court in 2025. They assert that Nasarawa State was never named in the broadcast, undermining any course of action. Justice Hamza Mwazu has reserved judgment on the objection, with the case future hanging on court's ruling on jurisdiction. The Bauchi State Universal Basic Education Board has uncovered alarming teacher absenteeism in Katangum local government area, with absentee rates reaching up to 90% in some schools. During field monitoring led by Director of Quality Assurance Abbas Abdullah Muni, many classrooms were found virtually empty, especially at Ahmed Turaki Primary School. The board described the situation as a serious threat to basic education standards. Officials also visited Hassan Tangwai Central Science Primary School and Umar Farouk Primary School, where chronic lateness and truancy were reported. Director of School Services, Madam Zairu Usman, emphasized that educators are central to societal progress and warned that current practices are unacceptable. He called for immediate improvements to prevent the collapse of quality learning. In response, Katagum Local Education Authority Secretary Malam Muktari Habu welcomed the intervention, expressing hope that the findings would trigger meaningful reforms. Subeb pledged continued oversight to ensure teachers uphold professional responsibilities and deliver quality education to all children. The Nigerian Naira continued its decline against the US dollar on Thursday in the official foreign exchange market. Central Bank of Nigeria data shows the currency slipped to 1,422.07 naira per dollar, down from 1,420.69 naira the previous day. This marks the third consecutive session of the separation, underscoring ongoing volatility in the official window. Meanwhile, in the parallel market, the naira remains stable at 1,490 naira per dollar. The persistent gap between officials and parallel rates continues as attention from traders and analysts, with market observers watching closely for shifts that might influence speculation and liquidity. This slide in the official rate unfolds even as Nigeria's foreign reserves have increased to nearly $46 billion. Investors are monitoring whether this growth in reserves will provide the central bank with the tools needed to stabilize the naira in the coming sessions. Nigeria's efforts to compete in the international rice market are being hampered by a lack of high-quality seed varieties. According to Isaiah Gabriel, Executive Director of the Foundation of Sustainable Smallholder Solutions, Gabriel told journalists in Abuja that without seeds tailored to the nation's diverse ecological zones, local farmers struggle with low yield and substandard produce that cannot match imported rice. To address this, Gabriel is promoting a seed enhancement project aimed at gathering and sharing critical agronomic data. The initiative seeks to help farmers, breeders, and stakeholders identify best seeds for specific regions, boosting productivity and ensuring consistent quality in terms of taste, texture, and appearance. Gabriel emphasized the need to move beyond traditional farming methods and adapt data-driven practices. The goal is to empower smallholder farmers with information that can transform Nigeria's rice sector and position locally produced rice for global competitiveness. Now in the sports scene, Super Eagles captain Wilfred Ndidi could be on the brink of a return to the Premier League, with transfer specialist Fabrizio Romano reporting that he has been offered to Manchester United. Ndidi, currently at Besiktas in Turkey, following 8 years at Leicester City, is understood to be eager to rejoin English football as the window transfer enters its final weeks. Romano noted that while Manchester United has been presented with the opportunity to sign Ndidi, the club has not yet made a formal bid. Ndidi's camp remains open to negotiations, confident the midfielder's Premier League experience and current fitness make him a ready addition to bolster United's midfield. With fewer than 2 weeks remaining before the transfer window closes, attention now turns to whether United will pursue a deal Fans in Manchester and Nigeria are watching closely as the club weighs its midfield priorities. Ceylon Sports Super Eagles midfielder Frank Aneke has publicly appealed to the Nigerian Football Federation not to let head coach Eric Chelle depart. In comments to journalist Omar Akatuba, Aneke praised Chelle's tactical acumen and the positive rapport he has built with the squad, describing the coach as transparent and respected. Anyeke's plea comes at a crucial time as Chelle's contract runs until January 2027. His endorsement stresses that the players are fully behind the current manager and believe maintaining continuity is important for team chemistry and future success. Focusing on culture and leadership rather than results alone, Aneke asserted that the squad feels valued under Chelle. His message was clear: stability at the coaching helm will benefit the national team's momentum as preparations continue for upcoming competition. Ceylon Sports Rangers technical advisor Fidelis Ilechukwu has returned to club duties in Enugu after serving as an assistant coach with the Super Eagles at the 2025 African Cup of Nations. The club confirmed his arrival on social media and noted that he immediately led Thursday's training session as the Flying Antelopes prepare for match day 22 of the NPFL season. Ilechukwu's return brings international experience back to Rangers at a pivotal point in the domestic campaign. The club's management described his presence as a strategic boost ahead of Sunday's home clash against Warri Wolves. Attention now shifts to the Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium, where Rangers hope to convert the momentum from Ilechukwu's return into a strong performance and vital points. Now in entertainment, social media activist Very Dark Man has weighed into the ongoing dispute between music star Wizkid and Seun Kuti, accusing Wizkid of contributing to a culture of disrespect toward Nigerian music pioneers. In a video released Thursday, VDM said Nigeria should celebrate its legends, not dismiss them as past glories. VDM challenged assertions that Wizkid has eclipsed iconic figures like Fela Kuti, noting that Wizkid's Grammy involvement was in a featured capacity. He contrasted this with individual Grammy wins by Burna Boy and Tems. VDM also drew attention to Fela Kuti's global influence, including recent recognition of his song Zombie. The activist urged greater reverence for veterans such as Two-Face Idibia, P-Square, and LD The Don. He emphasized that legacy and impact should not be measured solely by streaming figures or chart positions. Nollywood actor Bolanle Nalowo has spoken against rivalry and ego within the entertainment industry, stating in an Instagram post that he is no longer focused on outshining peers. The father of two said his priority is personal growth and fulfilling his own purpose, rather than comparing success with others. Nina Olowo, inward rather than chasing an external validation, has said, which has brought him peace and clarity over the time. The actor acknowledged that some may view his stance as selfish, but he maintained that prioritizing well-being and authentic progress outweighs competition. His message underscores a shift towards self-defined success in the creative community as a whole. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has officially sworn in new members of the Federal Character Commission. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has vowed to review and cleanse the voter register, promising to remove non-Nigerians and ensure the integrity of the electoral process ahead of the upcoming elections. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCC, has taken legal action against striking unions, seeking a resolution to ongoing industrial disputes affecting public services in the nation's capital. The Supreme Court has concluded proceedings in the high-profile Mustafa murder case, bringing a legal end to years of judicial deliberations surrounding the case. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 0703043710 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima and Asowa and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The Southeast has seen major political shifts in recent years, from infrastructure drives to security reforms and economic policies. But the big question Nigerians are asking on the street today is simple. Who is really delivering? We are taking this conversation directly to the people.
My best knowledge and understanding and what I have seen and experienced is that the best governor I know now is Governor Alex Oti. I have traveled to Abia State. I have seen the good work the man is doing. He's doing many things. That's why I'm saying that Abia State, Governor Alex Oti is the best governor so far for Southeast.
I've not been at Abia State, but they say that Governor Oti is doing very well. But here in Enugu State, where I am now, I'm talking to you. I think if I'm asked to rate, I'll rate our governor as the best governor in the Southeast, Dr. Peter Mba. If you look at the transformation agenda of what I've been doing here, you see that within the space of 2.5 years, Enugu State have been transformed to what we don't know now. Economically, socially, security-wise, and every other thing. I think I can rate him 85%.
Mba is doing his best. Soludo is doing his best. I get in it. When it comes to structure, Mba is doing better than others. I'm a civil servant. It's not owing the salaries of civil servants, even the retirees, is paying them before those in service now. He paid the retirees before paying those in service. In kind of structure is doing better than the past governors.
So far, it depends on the view we're looking at. So in my own view, I feel Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has been the standout governor so far. Being a first-time governor and considering the developments he's been doing in Abia State so far, considering the damages that has been done for the past 16 years in Abia State and what he has achieved so far, feel he's really doing well compared to the other governors. In terms of infrastructure development, we've seen a rise in Abia State. That's one. Then in terms of payment of pensions, we've seen big development as well. Then in terms of education as well, we've seen big development. So then in terms of security, we've seen big developments compared to what used to be in Abia State before.
By my rating, the governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, is the first governor in Southeast and in terms of infrastructure, he has been doing very well. In terms of education, he has been doing very well. Smart school everywhere. In the 240 or 260 political work in Enugu State, the governor has done smart school there. In the health sector, the 260 wards have also type C health center, that's the hospital that the governor is doing. You can see all over the governor is doing roads and has the infrastructure everywhere, trying to beautify it. And you can see for past a year plus now, the state is very, very beautiful by the governor of the state.
From roads to security, from education to economic reforms, opinions clearly differ. But one thing is certain, the people are watching, assessing and demanding results. This is your voice, your verdict and your democracy. Keep the conversation going. Subscribe, comment and tell us who you think deserve the crown. Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be taking a look at our newspapers for today, starting from The Nation, Punch, Vanguard and The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning, as always, is our in-house analyst, Mr. Res Arum. Mr. Res, good morning.
Good morning.
And it's always a pleasure being here.
Studio members.
You're welcome. How is Nigeria treating you today?
Well, Nigeria has been the way it is, and everyone in Nigeria knows the situation in Nigeria. The situation has not been very rosy, but we are praying that those with political authority will begin to think about how to get the business done in such a way that it will affect the lives of the people positively.
Okay. And also with us this morning is the man of many parts, the mental mechanic, the sports oracle, the commissioner for enjoyment, Mr. Goodhope. It's a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
I hope there are more enjoyments to share, not the hypothetical enjoyment.
The real enjoyment.
Of course, I do that for a living. We don't play with that. That's what I do.
You do the hypothetical for a living?
No, I do the real enjoyment.
It's a pleasure having you here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, all right, now moving to our newspapers for today, starting from the Nation newspaper, and the headline there says, Rivers, CJ gives conditions to raise impeachment panel. And on the Punch headline, abduction, US demands action, federal government vows to track bandits. And on the Vanguard newspaper, in the Vanguard, the major headline says, Kaduna abduction, US raises fresh concerns, tasks federal government on stronger action. And on the Guardian paper, how poor services, high cost, easy drug access, fuel addiction crisis. I will be starting our first paper for today from the Punch newspaper, where the headline says, abduction, US demands action, federal government vows to track bandits. Now, the United States has called on Nigeria to take stronger and more decisive action against rising abductions across the country. In response, the federal government has reassured Nigerians that security agencies are intensifying efforts to track down bandits and dismantle kidnapping networks. Authorities insist intelligence-led operations are already on the way.
All right. Should I use the word unfortunately? That it continues to make headline where a foreign government speaking to our collaborators in the United States government, always reminding us to quicken pace or take action against bandits. Now, we are being told that after the kidnap on Sunday, nothing is done yet. We started with denials by the state government and the local government chairman in Kajuru, where this incident happened, where we were given a high number of 177 worshippers scattered away from a worship center on Sunday. And the most we could do is to start with denial, losing man hours that could have been utilized to trace, recover these our nationals back to their home. We lost that hour to the bandits, only for the IG of police to come out publicly to admit to the incident happening. And this morning, the United States government is asking us to quicken pace in combating issues of insecurity in Nigeria. And I'm asking Mr. Rez, when are we going to be tired of these urgings and these incidents happening over and over again in Nigeria? Not quite long. We're dealing with Kwara, Niger State, where, yes, commendably, the federal government, sought to the release of the kidnapped. Speaking to the school, the St. Mary's Catholic School in Papari, and the likes of it. Yet, we're still witnessing same scenario again and again.
Well, that is why there's been kept on arguing on whether it is true or not, and the time was coming. Instead of security agencies being proactive, within a short while be able to make some findings. What is difficult about it? Why is the local government chairman, if you do not know you have security agency? I believe that the DSS is in every local government in Nigeria, and therefore should be able to be very proactive in giving reports. We talked about it's about three churches or more where these bandits ran into, and today they are asking for motorbikes, motorcycles, which they say were seized to be returned before, and so on. They may have some other appendages to that. So the government of Nigeria should be proactive. That is a major problem. Secondly, because of the fact that you allow things to happen, you are not even thinking about how to stop things from happening. Trying to stop it from happening. You are waiting for it to happen, and when it happens, you begin to, show signs of running helter-skelter. And I'm just showing it because America is on their toes. America has been on their toes since the Christian designation of Nigeria into
country of particular concern.
So, and because of that, they are now as if they have been in slumber. I do not know if the franchise of the people, that those who are having the franchise of the people are sleeping. I don't know if, it's a result of the available things that they're enjoying that is making them not to be proactive enough. And they do not know that it is called for service. It is a call for service. And when you are called for service, you must dedicate yourself and be very patriotic enough to ensure that the fire on your head are not extinguished. But you see that the fire you are having, the light you are holding to show the people light, is getting extinguished in such a way that, and when it becomes extinguished, it means everybody will walk in darkness, even yourself. It goes to talk about the quote that is shared on Sunrise this morning, that when you put fire on the other, you are...
Yeah, if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path.
Thank you. And you are giving the fire, they have lit the fire, the electorates have lit the fire for you to brighten their own path. And you are allowing the fire to extinguish. Means you actually want to blind everybody. And the karmic law is there. It will always affect you, who is also holding that light, for the people. So, Nigerian government should take twice, and those who are set with responsibility should judiciously carry on with the responsibility bestowed on them for the good of all.
All right, now that we're speaking on this issue, and you did point out a very critical issue, leading to the security agency, most particularly with the DSS, and then one begins to wonder and ask the question, what happens to this emanation of information when we say that the tiers of government, that the local government is another tier of government, capable of functioning in itself and on its own, to having access to that information on what happened within a local government enclave, and a local government chairman, publicly denied such incident. Do we attribute that to lack of information, or self-deceit, or self-denial?
You see, in the face of information dissemination, technology prevails in today's information dissemination. I'm still wondering how. I do not know any place in Nigeria that you don't get information, through phone or any other means. I'm wondering what actually happened. That's why I said that people go sleeping. I don't know if even the local government chairman, if he is within the local government, if he has not traveled to Kaduna, the capital of the state, if he has not left, because the local government chairman are meant to stay within their domain so that they'll be able to look after it. It's like he probably may not have been around. So grappling with such information, that information within the period, within the space, was difficult for him. I don't know. I cannot say exactly, but I'm beginning to see people who are lackadaisical about their jobs.
But is that not enough ground for someone to resign from their position?
Do Nigerians resign? Do they do on their honor? You see, You
then the question,
difficultly see a Nigerian on his honor resigning when there are situations like this.
Then
I've only seen one. I've only seen one. The moment the controversies about ministers' certificates, he resigned, which is honorable, very honorable. I've only seen one. I've not seen many. You see, many people are supposed to have resigned their positions because of those allegations and things that are dismal on their history, on their person. So I do not see Nigerians being on their honor and doing on their honor to resign when situations are bad.
All right, Mr. Ress. Another issue here is that we're told that bandits are sighted moving freely through the forest corridors. And a number of times, government has come out publicly to tell us that they are taking measures and action to deter these terrorists from operating within those axes and in the forest, given to the number of airstrikes that we've heard from the Nigerian efforts and leading more credence to that collaboration with the government of the United States. Is it that the more we tackle these insurgents, they get emboldened and walk freely amongst us?
It has shown that the terrorists, the bandits are getting more emboldened, especially when you are scattering them. They are moving from one place to another, and of course perfecting their havoc each place they get to. That's exactly what is happening. So we are, information gathering is something that is not working in Nigeria, because intel shows, and even the information is from the United States. They see it from their satellite, not from Nigeria. These bandits within forest corridors, they were parading freely, and nobody is asking any question. Nobody is confronting them. The Nigerian security agencies are still preparing on how to do so. Yet, the information is there, open. They don't know how to speed up. That is exactly why the American government says they must speed up. Walk like somebody who is alive. Do not begin to go through, protocols, very long protocols, before you take certain actions, especially when it has to do with life of people. You see, as they go on walking, there may be mishaps, some may be weak, they'll even kill some. At the end of the day, some may want to, run away, they'll kill them and so on. But the government should work. Oh God. The government of Nigeria should really be proactive and work towards ensuring that these things are done. I don't know. We should really be begging the bandits to leave people?
But Mr. Reyes, given the action of the U.S. government as at 25th December 2025, where we saw the action in Sokoto State, one expected that we would have seen more actions or more collaboration with the United States government in terms of combating these insurgents that are moving freely. But it seems that after that very strike, the United States government withdrew and went back to their enclave, and now prompting Nigeria to take more proactive action in that regard.
Yeah, one thing about coming to bomb, especially when you have abductees, they use the abductees as a shield. So it is not easy, it's not always easy to use kinetics to get abductees from bandits. It's not always easy. So I think that may also be why, but if it has to be with maybe trained commandos from advanced world, they'll be able to attempt it and of course free these people. We have seen such things happen. The Israelis free, the Americans even came to Nigeria, freed an abductee sometime. So these are the factors, the problems with our level of training and our level of operation. So when people are saying speed up, it means we have to speed up the way we operate, speed up whatever information, the level of information we have. You have to elevate it and be able to use same effectively.
All right. That leads me to the next question here. But before I really go into that very question, Mr. Reyes, I think that as a nation, drawing from history, when Awolowo did advise that starvation, right, is a tool in war, speaking to the Nigerian Biafran Civil War, where starvation was deployed as a state tool against the Biafrans. Why can't we adopt similar approach? Because we speak always of these bandits using the kidnapped victims as shield, preventing a kinetic approach. Now, why is it difficult for a nation that has adopted starvation as a state weapon against the Biafrans from using same to barricade and hold these bandits to account?
Well, you see, it is always very difficult in a very corrupt environment like Nigeria, because you would always see some high level of sabotage. The issue about barricading the bandits, the terrorists, is not easy. You ask yourself the question, how do they get their arms? Who supplies? There are rumors that sometimes the arms are gotten even from the same people who are telling you they are working against the terrorists. These are rumors and allegations. You see that there are allegations and rumors that some military helicopters and so on are flown into their camps and drop arms and ammunition. And of course, you equally heard that they are now visible through the satellite, that they will see every attempt by the security systems to attack them in Nigeria. So when you see that, it is becoming more they are becoming more sophisticated than ever. If you barricade them, how do you barricade them? What are you barricading through the airspace? Who is guiding the airspace of the country to find out who are flying and who is not flying? If people are flying everywhere without knowing what they are flying for and who they are, it means that the airspace is porous. It means it's porous. So how do you barricade? How do you barricade when there are saboteurs? How do you barricade? How do you barricade when even some people, you say they are repentant Boko Haram, are allegedly said to be in the security system? You see, how do you barricade? So these are saboteurs. Issues of sabotage has been prevailing in so far as the terrorism in Nigeria is concerned. And more so, we have international terror groups that get whatever thing they want from, and you have a porous border. So how do you barricade? The borders are so porous that you difficultly, stop anything from getting to there, and they are settled at the border areas. Within the border areas between Nigeria and other countries. That is where in Sambisa, you find that it's a border area within the Chad, and then you have the Sokoto, it's a border area within Niger, and so on. These are where they're settled. So if they go get those things, if they don't get, whatever they need from Nigeria, they get it from outside Nigeria. And we also are aware that it is rumored that some of them are internationals. That is people who are from other countries. And so they have access to these countries which are within the borders of Nigeria. So they can always bring it. So the barricade of using hunger and so on may not actually work effectively until such a time when you must have ensured that you get security details, detailed information about the operations of these people. That's where you begin to now barricade them. You see, they are trying to barricade sponsorship. They are trying to stop the sponsorship, the terror sponsorship, through money laundering and all the rest of them. Have they been able to do that? Have we actually, who are we prosecuting in respect to that? Just the Malami and a few, prosecution, EFCC thing.
An ongoing investigation.
An ongoing investigation,
yes. But be that as it may, you brought up another angle to this issue, speaking to repentant Boko Haram members who are allegedly being, absorbed into Nigerian security architecture. But my worry this morning is to the harmonization of this effort, because recently we just saw in the news where the Katsina state government is making an attempt to, release about 70 persons who have held arms against this nation. Not just the subnational, the state government, but they held arms against the nation. And we have been told they are making plans to release them to the group as a peace offering. And again, we've seen from the federal government axis where there is concerted effort to speed up prosecution of detainees who are held in detention interrogation center, talking to National Counter-Terrorism Center, who are trying to expedite action to see that about 5,000 individuals are brought to have a speedy trials. And that, when one looks at the whole scenario from the subnational and the federal government, there seems not to be a harmonized, concerted effort in combating terrorism. And don't you think that that seems to be the challenge that we're having, where there are different approaches? Katsina State wants to release back to the armed group. Kaduna State is in denial. Federal government is expediting action in terms of prosecution and wanting to get a DNA data bank of terrorists. So, what is really happening to a harmonized effort, Mr. Reyes?
You see, the nation, when you talk about the tiers of the country, they are supposed to work in synergy. They are supposed to work together, mostly in all the things, in terms of development, in terms of security, in terms of everything. But you see situations like this. The federal government has its own ideas. The state government, individual state government have their own ideas, and they are not synergizing. They don't work together. That is why Katsina, even the Ministry of Justice is justifying the idea about releasing them, and sometimes that during wars people are released and there are exchanges and all that. So you release them for the exchange of those they have kidnapped and all that. I do not know where crime is being handled this way. When you talk about war, you talk about crime. War is a little more different. If you begin to define war, it will be a little more different, just like you said during the war between Biafra and Nigeria. It's a war. But when you talk about criminals, terrorism, I don't know if it could be called, of course there's a war against terror, but on the other side is not justified. But in war situation, like Ukraine, Russia, both are claiming justification. This person is attacked, this person is retaliating or defending and all that. But in the circumstance, this person, the terrorists are just attacking, and the Nigerian government is not even supposed to defend. They're supposed to stem the tide. They're supposed to get these people, flushed out of the system, because without, you see, the American government said that with insecurity in Nigeria, their interest in Nigeria is being curbed. It is being, strangled. That it is only when there is security of lives and property that their interest in Nigeria in terms of economy and any other thing they have to do with Nigeria will grow. But there won't be any such growth. That is the interest. They need the peace so that the business and economic collaboration they intend to do with Nigeria will work. And that is why they are coming in to help, because they have interest in coming in to establish businesses and work with Nigerians both in the private sector and at the level of intergovernment relationship. But because of the fact that these things are not being done, so the Katsina issue presently, even when the Ministry of Justice is helped, people are still tongue-lashing them. People are not happy with the development. Even the federal government don't seem to approve of that release. But the workings of government is that the state is an independent arm. Independent tier of government that it's ought to operate on its own. That is why you have the state laws, you have the federal laws.
But security is on the exclusive list of the federal government.
Yes, but even at that, that's why I say the Ministry of Justice is trying to justify, given the laws that that exchanges are done for the purpose of security and all that. The people held will be killed and all that. So instead of, killing or trying these people and sending them to jail and so on, and the people held are killed, they'll be losing, because the terrorists do not have a conscience of human, doesn't have human conscience as to who lives or who dies. Some of them are even, want to kill themselves and kill others. They are suicide in nature, many of them.
All right. Mr. Goodhope, let me bring you to this conversation. Are you as worried as Mr. Rez this morning when we are looking at unharmonized efforts from every quarter to see that these 107 worshippers, out of which 11 has escaped, return back to their families safe and sound?
I am very worried. I'm very much worried as Mr. Rex. At some point, he had to, he had to exclaim, he had to show that this is not just a personal concern, but a security concern. And I can tell you that Nigeria, well, we have some things that there are some measures that have been taken. But I can tell you that I want to talk about the borders, our borders.
Viewer, you're welcome to another edition of our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we have a special political program, especially when the 2027 election is fast coming. We have political parties, and we have not a new coalition of political parties. That could be the next political party that may be the stiff opposition against the ruling APC. And this political party have the likes of former presidents aligned to it. And we are beginning to think that the other insinuation that the APC want a one-party state is no longer working in the polity. Since the incumbent president
or ruler.
So, with me in the studio to dissect this topic is Chief Mike Mbo, a management consultant, and of course, a public affairs commentator. Mike, you're welcome to the
Thank
studio.
you, my brother, and nice to be here too.
So, you have heard my introduction of the topic. Obi Kwankwasia presidential possibility. But let us look at Obi in the first place. Obi was a governor
In the then Eastern.
under APGA.
Yeah.
Obi became a deputy presidential and vice presidential candidate
At different levels.
under PDP.
Yeah.
Obi became presidential candidate under
Labour Party.
And now Obi is gunning for presidency again under ADC, a new coalition. Do you think Obi's ambition is giving his desire to better Nigeria? Or are you one of the members of school of thought that believe that Obi is just moving from one party to the other, probably because of his personal interest to become president?
Okay. Thank you so very much. Wonderful audience. I think the question you asked is very clear. But let's see Obi as His Excellency. His Excellency in the sense that he has proven beyond every reasonable doubt that that is the man that is capable to carry this country to a greater height. When he was the governor, you could go verify. I don't think there's any other governor that has made his mark when he was there. Obi will not give you 1 naira. But if you have a project that is meaningful, bring it forward. Obi will sponsor it. And that is teach a man how to catch fish rather than give him the fish. What we have rulers and not leaders. You understand? And emergence of Obi, people are dying. People are suffering by the day. Poverty is in the increase. You go to the streets and you see things and then you begin to wonder what is happening. What is happening? Nigeria, are we going forward or are we going backwards? So the question is for the populace. And I think Obi's coming out to vie for presidency is not for a personal ambition. It's for the betterment of the masses. It's for the betterment of Nigeria. And it is a quest by the entire federation that we want seasoned. Obi is well connected. In terms of education, he is there. In terms of industrialization, he is there. Where else can you talk of? So it's high time people should come out of their shell and stand by that man. Stand by that visionary, because he has a lot to give to Nigeria. And the emergence between Obi and Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is just like Obi has. Both of them coming together, obviously I think that team, no doubt, will knock off this party. This one unit party system that our ruler, because we don't have leaders in Nigeria. All we have is praise singers. But I tell you, the change is imminent. Thank you. I want to stop thus far.
Okay, and if Obi comes, there'll be a change. Possibly.
No doubt.
Okay. And what are those things you think Obi is coming to change the polity that is not there? For instance, we have Nigeria, yes. And you already mentioned about poverty on the increase.
It's an increase.
And then you talk about other economic indices that you think are not well organized, that the government of the day have not done well in. You talk about security.
security, you talk about what are those things? What are those things that the present administration of Tinubu has not been addressing or has not addressed in such a way that Nigeria will be a better
If I
place?
tell you one truth, I'm anti-party, but I'll tell you one thing here. The present administration is not addressing anything. All they're after is taking loans from one World Bank to the other and indebting the future of our children and children's on board. If Obi comes on board, I can bet you, like he said when he made his presentation during the LP saga in 2023, he wants to move Nigeria from production to what? Consumption to production. That alone is putting food on the table for the common man. That alone will remove poverty. What encouragement are we giving to SMEs, small-scale businessmen? Away from governments, who is the highest? It is the hospitality. You understand? Now, what incentive has the government given to the SMEs to foster employment, to create employment for people? What causes insecurity? It's not far-fetched. It is no job.
Okay, let me pause for a while. We'll continue when we come back.
Thank you.
Please stay there. Don't touch the dial. We'll come back to you.
You're welcome.
Aneke television. Heu, agiribonu dị egwu nkwa azụghị n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu mma. Heu, mba ụwa bịa n'ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa n'ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru gị ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television idume. Heu, na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mmanwụ ntakịtụkwa mmanwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke telivishọn. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti.
You're welcome back to our program. We're still on Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu Southeast Nigeria. And our topic is the Obi Kwankwaso presidential possibility. What hope? And our guest is still here, Chief Mike Mboa, Management Consultant and Public Affairs Commentator.
Thank you so much.
We were talking about those things which are paramount that actually is aspiring to come and put a change in such a way that it will be better than what we have presently in Nigeria. What are those things? Do you think those things are done good? Or why?
You know, Obi's coming in is to flag off the end to people's suffering. Obi did not just come out for himself. It is our mandate that says we want him. And that is where wherever he goes to, you see people clamoring to have a feel, to have a simplicity of that man. That man that is a rare gem. Because wherever he goes to, there's this aura that goes with him. And we believe that with Obi coming in as a president, insecurity will stop. You understand? At least we'll cut that, because I know he will provide jobs. I know investors, more investors will come into the country with his influence. I know that the exchange rates, before now, when we were kids, for crying out loud, people were sending money from here to people abroad. But these days, how much is our dollar to naira? There was a time we bought fuel at 65 naira, for crying out loud. We say we are one of the world powers in oil. But are the masses really getting the rip of that? You understand? Now you want to buy a full tank of fuel in your vehicle, you'll be putting out 60 to 80 or 100,000, depending on the type of vehicle you're using. What is your income? You understand? So Obi coming in, believe you me, is a change for all. Is a change for Nigeria. Is a change for the youth. And is a change for better Nigeria. The merger between Obi and, we see two of a kind. At least it will no longer be a ticket. You understand? So that all the mass killings you're seeing coming up in the north, to a great extent, will stop. Because if there is jobs, if we have enough people that can give employment to other people, who would think of committing crime? Who? Nobody. But because of the nature of the kind of administration that we have, the impunity in administration that we have, if people really got the votes, I don't think they will do what they're doing. Honestly. And that is why Nigeria today is in the question mark, a waiting list of the Americans. And that is why we are not crying for people to come and help us. Because I don't want to use the word dictatorship, but to a great extent, that's what we have. Things are being done with impunity. Loans are collected without record. When are you going to pay that back, those loans? The bills are coming to our children's children. Is the country going up or coming down? Obviously, no, we are going down. So I think Obi Kwakwanso merger, believe you me, is a thing for all. And a win for all is a win for the entire Nigerians. I want everybody to go out there, get their PVCs. Get it ready, because...
we'll come to that.
Thank you.
We'll come to that.
Thank you.
Somehow, when you're talking this way, you seem to be talking about Obi Kwakwanso with some kind of passion.
Yes.
But in a situation where Nigeria's electoral system is suspect, what do you think that if Obi Kwakwanso emerges the presidential candidate and running mate of the ADC, do you think that with the Aneke idea of elections, where there are controversies about uploading to IREF, there are controversies about declaring the proper results and all that.
Yeah.
What do you think INEC is capable of delivering? Are you sure that the vote of the people who are going to come out, the people that love Obi and the other presidential candidates, do you think their votes will count?
Yeah, Nigeria is in a state of concern now to the world. And I believe the entire world are watching. Obviously, INEC or no INEC, what matters is let people go out there. Do the needful. Because I know that most people have lost hope in the Nigerian system, I must be frank. Most people have lost confidence in the INEC. Most people have lost confidence in our judiciary. But I know that with God and the world powers that be, we will not lose hope. We have hope, and that hope will not die. That's why I encourage people to get themselves armed. They may have succeeded in taking some few people into one-party system, but they have not succeeded in taking the entire masses into that party. Because we have more in the outside than in the inside. So there is hope, and we will not give up.
So what do you think, apart from getting PVCs, one, because we know in
the electoral system sometimes has been idea of vote buying. There is the idea of abstaining, that is
From the election.
voting because of the fact
That it doesn't count.
That it doesn't count.
Okay.
So, what do you think should be done for people? What orientation could be done for people to begin to believe that their vote will count?
Thank you.
Are you going to recreate? Is Nigeria going to recreate an INEC that will make vote count? Are the people in INEC, are they from the moon because of what is inherent in Nigeria?
Thank you for that question.
what-
I know before that 2027 election, like presently, there is a lot of mass mobilization and awareness to the grassroots. Remember, Obi is not just alone. You have the obedience movement. You have different movements that are canvassing for him. You understand? They are now encouraged to move into the hinters. Encourage people to come out en masse. Let the populace come out first. If the populace, when we had the whoever believed that that thing could hold, but I think it shook the nation. It shook Nigeria. And I will not want to bore people with so much words, but one thing I assure you, let us get to that bridge. Then we will count. But I know for sure that the vote of the vote of the masses will be more this time, because enough is enough. Thank you.
So are you not skeptical that there could be sabotage from various angles?
That has always been the practice in Nigeria. But with the NSAS syndrome, a similar thing may occur.
Yes,
but don't quote me.
Even with the NSAS, people were killed. NSAS.
Because they don't want to bring anybody to book. If we are in this, if we are in a state of concern, we still will be in that state of concern till that period. And those people that made Nigeria a state of concern, where are they today? Most of them are in the high.
Okay, you think that if corruption persists or if certain things becomes unusual, you know.
That is our prayer. That is our prayer. Because if we can't beat them, we must stop them. And how do we stop them? That's a concern issue. That's our prayer.
And you think the concern will make, remember the Soviet. And you think America can just
remember what happened on Christmas Day? What happened?
Because they are collaborated.
We know they are still collaborating, and
they are collaborating in terms of electoral system.
My brother, I would not want to preempt certain things on air. You understand? For security and national reasons. Okay. But all I want to assure the masses, we will not give up. Obi is the man we are looking up to. Corruption will go. Insecurity will stop. There will be enough food for everybody. People will be happy to work. You are looking for workers these days, you don't see them because everybody wants to go to hook up or Yahoo Plus. What gave rise to all these things? It's insecurity. When you see somebody a daft who is in the so-called house, what do? Other than those in favor say aye, and the ayes have it. And then millions of naira.
Okay, you know that even we, in any given society, it's for honest
come on board
to stay aloof. Then if they come on board and begin to say something, then we begin. I think something
where they are all coming. Some of us are never. You understand? But we can't sit down and watch things go wrong and then we keep mute. So it has to start with you. Change has to start with you. And that's why we are here. To tell the world that yes, we are no longer sitting aloof. You understand? Everybody, old, young. I was part of the 2023, what have you, in my ward. And the awareness we created for LP, that was when PDP was all over. in Enugu State. It's PDP hands down. Every every old woman show me to this thing, bam, they vote. And they waited patiently. A repeat performance is coming again.
But you think they have not learned their lessons, especially to be, masterful?
Before South Africa, there has to be sacrifices. We will never give up. We will keep on fighting there. But I know that for sure, Kwakwanso, His Excellency P2B, 2027.
Okay, you talked about
Yeah.
And it has not shown to scare Nigerians in terms of electoral elections.
Yeah.
We have even had that before. The MKO Abiola
Saga.
the Muslim ticket. But that election was adjudged
The best.
freest and the fairest election conducted.
And who was the INEC chairman? Late. But he made a mark.
So
we see how people like.
What I am saying is the issue of whether it is Muslim or Christian or whatever, whatever religion. I think the important thing should have been somebody with integrity, somebody who can transparently run the affairs of government of Nigeria.
You know, if the head is good, obviously the tail will be better. You understand? I remember days of Ike. He thought he came into Abia State and taught them how to queue. You understand? He taught them how to do things. He was a no-nonsense man. If we have a good leader, everything about us. If we have a good leader, there will be more investors into the country. If we have a good leader, things will drop. Prices will come up because the P2B will rather sponsor farmers and then people will bring in this thing. If we have a good leader, are you telling me that the present government, the so-called people they call the headsmen, that have arms and they say they are headsmen, in a switch we can lay them all off, get community police, and all those things will be a thing of the past. I know some communities in Enugu State, they dare not go near. If they go near, they will clear them.
So you are one of the apostles of community police in Nigeria.
Why?
The Nigerian situation may not be capable of having police. Let me come.
Okay.
The police we have presently, they are enumerated.
Okay.
And you are talking about, is the government going to enact new laws on how to take care of security agents?
Have you been to Anambra lately? And see the number of community policing that is happening there. Before now, you come to Opiweka, you see dead bodies anyhow. Is it still the same thing now? We have Nigerian police there. We have Nigerian army. But policing, a number of things stopped. Certain things were robbery to a minimum.
But sometimes there are skirmishes where
obviously you may not get it 100%.
Community police found out to have an infraction with very decent people, use coppers and all.
There is no permanent situation, but like I told you, if the head is correct, you understand, once you have the head, whoever is at the helm of affairs, piloting the affairs honestly, without blemishes, nobody will go astray.
And you think the governors are not going to use the community policies?
Remember, if the central okay, it will trickle down to the states. All we need to do is get it right there. It's like a company. If you have the CEO there misbehaving, where lies the future of that company? But if you take away the CEO and bring another CEO there, what do you think will happen? And the other person coming in, strengthens everything, sacks whoever he has to sack, and then deploys capable hands. That company will start coming afresh. It's a simple arithmetic. If we have the central working perfectly, the state, my local governments won't be an issue.
Okay, and let us possibly give a little break again and come back. When we come back, we'll take the last lap of this program. My guest is still here, Chief Mike Mbo, and I'm still your anchor, Rex Arum. Stay tuned.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back to Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Nigeria. Our topic is still on the combination of Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso presidential possibility. We of course do know that some former presidents are joining in ensuring that Obi gets the ticket ADC. So, and do you think, because we have we have Rotimi and Mechis, all are all in ADC. We have even the Aerofy. They're all in ADC. And Pamboa, they are all in ADC. The coalition is, of course, a very big political coalition.
Yeah.
And you think that Obi, with the combination of Obi and thinking about Kwankwaso, a possible vice presidential candidate, that Obi will get the ticket of this party with the presence of the former vice president, Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, and the rest others I've just mentioned.
Yeah. I believe Atiku joined ADC before Obi came in. There's a name that rings bell. And the minute Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi, joined ADC formally from Labour Party, all the headlines of news became what? Peter Obi for president. And the entire ADC now woke up. Even the spirits have sanctioned it, that Peter Obi already has that ticket. No going back.
But you people know the former vice president as somebody who has been dogged.
When he entered there,
running for the position of presidency.
Well, I wouldn't know if he left something in the Aso Rock, you understand? But I know that for one thing, he joined, what gave rise to the formation of ADC in the first instance? Is it not to fight the single party system? And joined hands, including he was there, because they invited everybody and they all came, but he never declared interest as at that time. He allowed them to set up, they set up, blah, 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 just like he did in Labour Party. Labour Party has never been there, but nobody knew about Labour until Peter Obi, the minute he swung into Labour Party, the fire blew. And the minute he joined, he made known his intention of vying for presidency under ADC. What still happened? ADC became alive. There's no two ways. He's a choice of the people. He's a choice of the masses. And I'm sure, if I don't mix words, he's a choice of God.
Does ADC have the kind of structure that can match the structure of APC, where about 28 governors and their faithfuls, that is,
I believe the masses are more than that number. You have how many governors? 28, right? Good.
And their
with their faithfuls. Imagine the millions of other people that are not their faithfuls. What happens to them?
Are these millions going to vote?
They will, obviously. Even if you go to the heart of some of those so-called governors, it is not their intention to join ADC. But they were forced. APC, sorry. They were forced to join it.
Forced?
Obviously, I want to use that word, forced. Because why would you, if you say if you say we are running a democracy, democracy is supposed to be party for all. I mean multi-party, not a unit party. Enugu State has ever been before now more like PDP, but still you have APGA, you have other parties here. In the West you have them. So when the Nigeria turned to one party system, my brother, there is something wrong. If there's no, it's us how do they put this adage? Okay, you understand? Now you heard the billions they've been.
Which means?
Which means that there is a problem somewhere. There's a problem somewhere. I'm of opinion, if only we can make that in a decree. If you, after 4 years, step aside, let other person come on board. You understand? Because there is any governor, like there's a governor who said, what is he going to do second tenure? That it is only who failed the exam that goes to repeat. You have 4 years to do what you have to do. But Nigeria is sinking. And Nigeria needs salvation. And who can salvage Nigeria? It is Peter Obi. Now, why did other presidents, I want to mention name, single-handedly say, okay, we need, if Peter Obi is from the east, let's get somebody, a strong man from the north. They reviewed and saw, let's go for that man. And if you go through the history of Kwakwanso, you see that he is another man who has the youth at heart. He is another man who has, his philanthropy knows no bound. You understand? The little I've heard about him. And if, of course, when you talk about the seat of power, it is in Kano. And he has it. You understand? What more are you looking for? So a combination of this man and Peter Obi, believe you me, Nigeria will change. Corruption will die. Because I know who Okuta is. He will fight it.
Okay, Obi will fight corruption.
Obviously. We all will fight the corruption. We all will fight corruption.
Because they say corruption is already endemic in Nigeria. Not even systemic. Beyond being systemic. The corruption has become
All
endemic.
because we don't have it right. The minute we get it right. When Peter Obi was the governor of Anambra State, there was no free money. True or false? But project was ongoing. When Sullivan Ihanacho ruled Enugu State, there was no money. I mean, there was no free money. But he was working till the last day he left office. You understand? And of course, some of them, you know, they join APC just to secure to ensure that EFCC does not come after them.
So are you saying that the government of the day uses these anti-graft agencies to pin down on those who are opposed to them, those who are...
You have said so. You have said so. You have said so. You understand?
No, I
But
actually want to know your view.
It's a natural thing. Common sense. Let's look at it from the other view. Why are they all joining that place? What is the big thing in there?
No, politics is a game of interest.
Because of the money they give, they roll that for them. It is no longer secret.
It's no longer secret. You join, they give you X amount. You collect.
You think they were wooed because of money?
Obviously.
Or possibly because
everybody has a
of
price.
the anti-graft that would
Both ways.
Or they want to align themselves with the center.
All of the above, but go deep down inside them. We interact with some of them. They have no choice. You're a civil servant. Would you come out and fight against the government that you are part of? The question is no. It's an act. So they have to follow tune.
So you mean the masses are still up?
The masses are up and running. And that is why
and like Obi has always said, they want people to come out and reclaim Nigeria.
Obviously.
So, and you believe in Obi so much. So you are going to...
We know they give shishi. If you know Labour Party then, Labour Party, some of us financed Labour Party. I can beat my chest and tell you that. I never gained 10 naira from Labour Party, but wanted a new Nigeria. And the minute he entered ADC, we had no choice, we joined him. And if you look at the structure of ADC right now, there's the state structure, and then there's this structure they call a media team. What is their job? What is their role? To go into the masses and educate them, canvass them. You understand? Let them see the other side of light. We cannot remain in perpetual poverty, my brother. How much is school fees? When I went to the university, I didn't remember paying up to 100,000 school fees. But today, my little boy that is in secondary school, I'm paying over 600,000. Where are we heading to? Is that life?
The naira has so depreciated against the dollar. Is it because we are a consumer nation?
Center. It's the center. If we want to get this thing done, Idi Amin did it in his time. When they called Idi Amin Uganda money, shit money, we do to them what they do to shit people. What happened eventually? The money dropped.
But he was there.
If you look at the P2B once said, from consumption to production, I want you to analyze that word. You understand? We consume. What do we produce? If we can, China today, everything is coming from China. There was a time when China was begging from Nigeria, true or false? But today they are more like everything you want is from China. Why can't we build more industries in Nigeria? Why can't we build more factories in Nigeria? When we were small, there was Skoa Motors, there was Mandela's, there was CFAO. How many do we have today in Nigeria? Innocent is barely breathing. Aneke is dead. What happens to Peugeot? What happened to Mocha Foam and Vitafoam? What happens to Volkswagen, like you said? Must we be dependent on foreign things? Oh, for crying out loud, no. Travel all over the world. If you don't see Nigerians there, run away.
So how do you begin to do a thing like that within the period of 4 years? What magic wand does Obi possess to achieve productivity? That is
connection. Your connection.
Some of these factories takes a whole lot of more than even 4 years to accomplish.
My brother, with the right tools, how many years did it take Dangote to build the refinery in Lagos?
Yeah, a few years. It's up to 4 years.
It wasn't up to 4 years. It wasn't up to 4 years. How many years did it take us to build this factory?
And we gave
at a Navy?
And we gave up to 40 licenses for private refineries.
And how many is functioning?
One.
Why?
You are asking me?
No, obviously. It's all part of Central. If the Central if we get it right at the Central, every other thing will fix itself.
If we get it right at the Central, every other thing we are fixed
itself or put itself in place. We're still on Arena in Aneke TV, Nigeria. Obi Kwankwaso presidential possibility. Peter Obi, the former governor of Anambra State, and the presidential candidate of Labour Party in 2023.
And Okute Ndibo.
And of course, he said he's Okute
Ndibo.
Now, I want to ask you, because when you talk, Peter Obi will be there, you're so optimistic. You share some level of optimism. But I want to ask.
Go ahead.
We have the Apex Socio-Cultural Organization of the
Igbos.
Igbos
and Igbo.
in all parts of the Igbo-speaking areas in Nigeria.
Okay.
And it hasn't been long. The Ohanese now made statement that they're going to support Tinubu in this present election. And yet, people like you come around and say, Peter Obi will be there, Peter Obi will be there.
Like I told you, if you are in power, you understand. I don't belong to any government circles. You understand? Whoever is there, the Ohanese, the Igbo, might be politically influenced to sit there. So he has his rights of opinion. But my opinion is that I won't stand with Peter Obi. And I'm sure thousands and millions of Nigerians are with Peter Obi.
But Ndibo still
Igbo is
influenced.
Remember, not Ndibo still. Few.
Are you saying that
Few.
Ohanese is not actually taking the
What is the population of the Ohanese and the Igbo?
You belong to the Ohanese. You are an Igbo man.
I'm an Igbo man, no doubt. When they get it right, we'll join.
Or you mean calling for the second term of the president, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, is not getting it right?
That would be death sentence for Nigerians, I'm sorry to say.
How?
When we get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
Okay. Kwankwaso is a gentleman, like you
No doubt.
earlier said.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think, because he has not declared openly for ADC, it is still speculation, so it's still being believed that he will come over and join Obi. But he's not there. So, what is the possibility? How are we sure? Because politics is dynamic.
He is there already. He is there already. And in no distant time, you hear his statements. But you know he has to put his house in order.
Okay, we were told on 14th, that on 14th of this month,
Yep.
that's a few days back,
Sure.
that the governors of certain states are going to cross carpet and join the ADC. But at the end of the day, we didn't see that. At the end of the day, we didn't see the governors, entering the ADC.
Okay.
I don't know what's wrong.
I'm not a governor. But this is best known to them. But remember, there's no smoke without fire. If they don't join now, they'll join later.
Okay. We are, I think for want of time, we are going to come to the end of this program. I have a man who has given us an inroad into the Obi Kwankwaso presidential possibility, which is a topic of today, and the hope that they do have to make it in Nigeria. I have Chief Michael Moore. You're welcome.
Thank you so very much.
We thank you for being with us.
My pleasure.
And I think I assure you that the next time he comes on board, we'll be able to talk about this topic better than we have done. Thank you for being there with us.
and God bless you.
Thank you.
Be with us next time, same station. That's where we draw the curtain for the end of this program.
Thank you.
In functional democracies and competitive economies, meritocracy is not a slogan, it is a system. A system where competence determines opportunity, performance drives advancement, and leadership is earned, not inherited or imposed. In Nigeria, however, the persistent triumph of mediocrity over merit continues to shape recruitment processes, elective positions, and leadership outcomes across critical sectors of national life. From public service employment to political office, from academia to corporate governance, troubling pattern has emerged. Access often trumps ability, loyalty outweighs competence, and short-term political calculations override long-term national interests. In the public sector, recruitment exercises are officially designed to be competitive, involving written examinations, interviews, and eligibility screening. Yet, multiple surveys and independent audits have consistently shown that informal influence, patronage networks, and bribery remain significant determinants of who gets hired. This reality has produced ministries, departments, and agencies burdened with underqualified personnel, struggling to deliver on complex policy mandates in a rapidly evolving global environment. The consequences are not abstract. They manifest in delayed project execution, weak policy implementation, inefficient service delivery, and ballooning recurrent expenditure with minimal value creation. When institutions are staffed without regard for skill or capacity, governance becomes reactive rather than strategic. The problem is not limited to recruitment alone. Nigeria's elective political system reflects the same crisis of merit. In many cases, candidates emerge not through rigorous debate, policy clarity, or intellectual depth, but through financial muscle, political godfathers, or ethnic calculations. Electoral outcomes frequently reward popularity, patronage of vote buying over competence and vision. The result is a leadership deficit that cuts across local government councils, state assemblies, governorships, and even the national legislature, institutions constitutionally taxed with lawmaking, oversight, and representation, yet often lacking the technical depths required to interrogate budgets, scrutinize policies, or design forward-looking legislation. Other sectors tell a similar story. In education, the erosion of merit in academic appointment has weakened research quality and global competitiveness. In some tertiary institutions, promotions and leadership roles are influenced more by internal politics than scholarly output. In the corporate space, family ties and informal networks sometimes override professional management principles, limiting innovation and sustainability. Ironically, Nigeria continues to produce world-class professionals who excel in merit-driven systems abroad, from medicine and engineering to technology, finance and academia. Their success outside the country reinforces a painful truth. The problem is not Nigerian capacity or Nigerian systems. Countries that have achieved rapid development offer contrasting examples. Singapore, Rwanda, and South Korea institutionalize meritocracy through transparent recruitment, performance-based promotion, and zero tolerance for patronage. Leadership selection in these systems prioritize competence, integrity, and accountability, even when politically inconvenient. Back home, the cost of failing to do the same is increasingly evident. Brain drain has accelerated as skilled Nigerians seek environments where effort is rewarded fairly. Public trust in institutions has declined, and citizens grow more cynical about processes they perceive as rigged or predetermined. Yet, experts argue that the tide can be turned. Strengthening meritocracy requires deliberate reform, not rhetoric. Transparent digital recruitment platforms, independently supervised examinations, enforceable sanctions for recruitment breaches, and clear performance metrics are critical starting points. In the political space, electoral reforms that reduce the influence of money, strengthen internal party democracy, and encourage issue-based campaigns are essential to improving leadership quality. Civil society, the media, and the electorate also carry responsibility to interrogate candidates, demand competence, and reject mediocrity at the ballot box. Ultimately, meritocracy is not elitism, it is fairness. It is the assurance that every Nigerian, regardless of background, has a genuine chance to rise based on ability and effort. Without it, institutions weaken, leadership falters, and national ambition remains unrealized. For Nigeria to compete globally, govern effectively, and harness its vast human capital, merit must no longer be optional. It must become the standard. In recruitment, in elections, and in every field where decisions shape the nation's future.
Hello, good afternoon. How are you doing? We have to show up today and we have to do it like we normally do it. This is the entertainment show here at Aneke TV, the entertainment segment, man. And I'm your one and only commissioner of enjoyment. I want to say commissioner of environment because I carry out things, I give the environment fun vibes. But I am your one and only commissioner of enjoyment, and I do this for a living. You can agree with me that some of you in my constituency have benefited from the bags of lice, binge, and other things that I have distributed. Well, I can tell you that I am here and I'm going to be your host for today, bringing you news and how it has been happening in the world of entertainment. What are we expecting? And today's edition of TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, boys. Thank God it's Friday, girls. Thank God it's Friday, everyone. And this is how we start off the show by telling you that I Show Speed has been in Nigeria for the past 1 day. Well, I Show Speed, you know him, one of the second most followed streamer in the world, has been having his tour in Nigeria, and he has met a lot of people. He has met the likes of the strongest man. I am angry. I am angry. I am angry. Which one is that? You are angry, Oga? You're angry. He can't. Oh, like I wanted to show you guys this guy, but you guys know I am angry. He said he used his mouth and carry 1 bag of cement and climb electric pole. He is lucky that I did not follow him, because he said he's angry. That he's angry now, and Speed asked him, "You're angry now, so what's up? What's up? What's happening?" The guy did what the guy said, told him to give him $10,000 so that he will not be angry again. And Speed, I want to say Speed Darlington, not Speed Darlington. I Show Speed was looking at him like this. so I should give you $10,000. Now I want to show you that that as it's going, Speed has met a lot of people, the likes of Jadrolita, and I mean Jarvis. He makes the light of Zlatan Ibile at the ZTW shop, where Zlatan gave him a cake and a jersey. Well, a lot of criticism have come out of this, because if you watch the video, you would see that Zlatan was about convincing him to, get a cloth from him. And you know how business is run in Nigeria. Well, many people have come out to say that Zlatan did not pitch it very well, and he did not show how it happened very well, because he would have shown the he would have put number 7 on the jersey. He would have put on number 7 on the jersey that I Show Speed would have bought, because I Show Speed, he adores Cristiano Ronaldo. He loves Cristiano Ronaldo so much that he's going to do anything. And in his time in Botswana, as it happened, he was given a frame that if you look from this side, Inanya from the left, I Show Speed, Inanya from the right, Cristiano Ronaldo. So that tells you a lot of times that if you want to get this guy, he is already in love with Cristiano Ronaldo, and Cristiano Ronaldo is known as CR7 globally. So if you give him anything that comes with 7 and write I Show Speed 7, I Show CR Speed 7, and sell it to him, he will buy. But Zlatan, guess what, was giving him jersey number 20 something to wear. Well, that will never work, because he has a method. And some people were asking, I hope Zlatan has a mentality, how you can put up a good marketing, a psychological marketing, and at the same time people have accredited that people say that school now scam. Well, a lot of things around that. Now I would have shown you a video, but I'm going to bypass the video to tell you what happened. As Pella himself came to Nigeria, and say Pella came to Nigeria, please, you guys should forgive me. Pella has been in Nigeria. As this guy came to Nigeria, I Show Speed came to Nigeria, Pella was on a horse to go and meet him, and one of a socialite, not really a socialite, just a guy who who gives his comments on issues around these things, has condemned Pella's activity as very, very, very strategically less of a person that Stella that Pella has no that he has no strategy to meet Speed, and that is just what is happening. Well, I can tell you for a fact that Speed has ended his stream in Nigeria. He ended his stream in Nigeria, and he ended his tour in Nigeria. I really want to go on a short break now, because I want to bring you how it is going and what is really happening in this world of entertainment. I'm going to return with I Show Speed just to give you what it is. Well, I want you to hang on right there, and I'm going to be back. Stay right here.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
We are back on this entertainment segment show, and I want to thank you for hanging on, for not touching that dial, because that dial would have been dead, man. You touch that dial, that means you will be called, and when you come, we will settle you. Well, I'm talking about our Speed, I Show Speed, and a lot of people were trying to, they were trying to, meet up with I Show Speed while a lot of people were just relaxed, and I Should Speed went to them. I'm talking about Very Black Dark Man. Very Black Dark Man met I Should Speed. Of course, I Should Speed met Very Black Man, and it is said that he, had to thank him for everything he has done so far for the populace, and how it is going to be, and other things that that he has done to just put things together, how he has been an amazing guy. And I'm telling you, there is nothing you would not have seen. You may not have seen that coming, but I can tell you, congratulations. Very Dark Man was in his office. Well, if you see, are you seeing that Rattel movement at the back? If you can see that Rattel movement at the back, guys, a lot is happening right now, and I may not be in the position to give you all that is happening right now, but I'm going to tell you that, first of all, just keep it there. First of all, Very Dark Man just a few days ago came out to thank B Lord for doing all the things he has been doing. Well, it was an ironical thank you, because he's claimed that B Lord started the company Rattel, where he's selling gift cards and other things. And B Lord, I don't know what these guys were actually doing, but at the end of the day, B Lord was, let's say, convicted or what? B Lord opened a company called Rattel, and it was from Very Dark Man. Now, Very Dark Man had trademarked that company since 2024. You see, so B Lord cannot use it without paying off a Very Dark Man. So that's just it. Well, let me move on from that, because it's a kind of complicated issue. So Very Dark Man and I Should Speed, they are shaking hands and having this exchange of words, and a lot of things, a lot of issues have been going on too. I want to show you another picture of Very Dark Man, where he was announcing about him leaving Nigeria, and there has been a lot of issues around this too, because it is said, why will he only be taken to Lagos? What is happening in Lagos? What is happening with I Should Speed? Let's see that, where he's announcing that he's leaving Nigeria, and he's going to Benin Republic. Let me show you. He has already scheduled the streaming, and people are already waiting for him to start the streaming. And I'm telling you that this guy who came to Nigeria and clocked 50 million subscribers on YouTube, he has announced that he is going to Benin Republic. He is going to Benin Republic because he was only taken to Lagos. I mean, all over Nigeria. He spent 3 days in South Africa, and things he discovered in South Africa, people have said they will visit South Africa. He said that his streaming is not for any collaboration. If you notice, he came alone. He's not trying to collaborate with any MAGA. Actually, that he came to show the riches and the quality lifestyle and what Africa does. That's why most of the streams are not just a collaboration, but actually it is a way to show Africa's great game. You know, I Should Speed is an American boy. Well, moving on from I Should Speed, and still on I Should Speed. Why did we not bring I Should Speed to Lagos? That's my question. Bring me back, sir. Just bring me back. Look at, they are already waiting for him. 354 people are waiting. Just bring me back. Let me tell these people something. Bring me back. Yes, I want to tell them something. Yes, tell them something. Yeah. So now I want to tell you guys something. Why did I Should Speed? Why was it only taken to Lagos? That's my question, number one. Number two, what is so special about Lagos? Because there has been a lot of things happening right now in Lagos. Many people met him, and many people saw him. Many people that met him were cloud chasers. They are chasing cloud, and they are not educated. Like, imagine how will somebody be on, just be misbehaving, no strategy, nothing. So how are you expecting to, become a world class? Listen, I say this and I say this all the time. Many times what we want is just money, and we don't want the education that comes without money, and we don't want also the things that comes with money. Because life that we are living, we have been looking at it from the lens of money, and it's a problem because we're losing certain values. Like, how are you a streamer and you don't have certain things like this? You don't have a PR team. You don't even have some. You can't just be one of the biggest streamers in Africa and you can't have an advanced, collaboration with this guy coming to Nigeria. If you notice, IShowSpeed was not even waiting for anybody. He was not waiting for anybody. He was not. He was just doing what he was doing, and he just spent one day in Nigeria. And that one day, he went there. There's no, like, why Lagos? No beach to go to. Nothing. Just there. I don't really like that. At least he would have come to Enugu now. IShowSpeed. He would have been to Enugu. Nobody, they didn't tell him. They didn't, introduce to him about Enugu or just around the east. And that was very bad. I would say it was very, very bad of the people and the collaborators who played that role. I must tell you, it's very bad. And also, he should have been introduced to wildlife. In fact, I would have preferred he went to Calabar. I would have just preferred he went to Calabar. He just was at Calabar and he had a good time. He went to Budukatu Ranch. He went to Ezago Waterfall. You guys would have taken IShowSpeed to Ezago Waterfall because I understand. I don't understand it. Why didn't he go to Ezago Waterfall? Now I'm getting angry because we would have brought him to Ezago Waterfall. Waterfall Ngo Park, Ngo Forest. He would have seen nature. What are you telling me? What are you even talking about? He was just on the street. What was he doing? Oh God. Well, I have to move on from IShowSpeed because I would have shown you guys speed. Because you understand, I would have shown you guys speed. But let me move on from him. It's paining me really that he, in South Africa, he showed a lot of things, lots of things. In Botswana, he showed diamond, raw diamond. And of course, Nigeria was a memorable place. But a lot of cloud chasing. People were trying to make in, collaboration. People were trying to in from like let me tell you something. When you meet people for the first time in your life, especially people like IShowSpeed, I think you should position yourself perpetually for what will come out of it and not just momentarily. There's this guy I want to tell you, and I've told you about. He asked IShowSpeed for $10,000. And IShowSpeed offered him $1,000. I'm sure he did not have up to $1,000. But when he said $10,000, IShowSpeed logged off. Guess what happened? He did not get anyone. Or maybe he even got $1,000. But with the way he's built and being the world's strongest man, bringing the vibe to the show, he would have pitched to become IShowSpeed as the strongest man in the world and as the most angriest man. He would have pitched to IShowSpeed becoming one of his bouncers. But you see what happened? He just wanted money. What will he be doing with the money when IShowSpeed can pay his generation for life? No, I'm not trying to sub him, but I'm just trying to tell you the facts, because sometimes you just have to calm down and give this fact so that you understand. If it's Mr. say in-depth analysis of the entertainment side, well, I move on from that because I'm not giving in-depth analysis. All my job here is to bring you how it's happening in the world of entertainment and what is really going on. Well, I want to take you to the next thing that has been round in the entertainment side, and I'm talking about Davido's dad coming out to say that clearing the air of the son's issue. I said this yesterday and I'm saying it today because Davido has come out to thank his dad, saying thank you, dad, for everything you have done for clearing me. And I'm telling you, Davido is from a good family, and I'm sure that's why. Of course, Davido lacked serious guidance. I will tell you, Davido lacked, when he was growing up, he lacked serious guidance, and it was not as what it was, and it was not as what we were expecting, but he lacked serious guidance because all the dramas, all the baby mama issue are just an issue of a little bit of exercise of guidance. Well, I can tell you that if the mom was around, things would have been better for the Nigeria's, one of the Nigeria's best artists. And I'm telling you that there's no place you do event now, I'm talking about globally, that you cannot bring OBO to the place. And people have said that OBO is a spoiled kid because the dad came out to defend him. And I'm telling you that these things are just things that are kind of weird, because a lot of people feel that guys should speak for themselves. And when guys should speak for themselves, it is not what they are. They should say that they should just leave everything to what is going to happen. Well, I'm telling you that it is not as it should be, because he should speak for his son. And I don't know the kind of dad you want to be. Me, I want to be a billionaire. I want to be like David Adeleke's dad, Mr. Deji, Dr. Deji Adeleke. And one of the users the next came out yesterday to say that he has seen that chairman can give 50,000 naira, that chairman can give 50k. If chairman can give 50k, why is he doing more than chairman? He is a billionaire. I'm talking about Dr. Deji Adeleke, Davido's dad. So if Davido's dad could give 50 million, why will he give more than 5k? That from today, all the things he's doing is 5k. Whereas the commission of enjoyment and the commission of my constituency, I'm telling you that from today, I will increase it to 10k. Anybody I do give away to, I will do 10k, because he has shown as a billionaire. How will he give 50,000 naira? That's the question that many people have that has been stated on the internet, but we don't know a lot on this, and that's why we just have to relax and find what it is. Well, I can tell you that I just want to be like Davido's dad, but I have a question for you. Do you want to be Davido or Davido's dad? Do you want to be Davido or Davido's dad, checking the life, the environment, and other things that has come? Davido has been sponsored a lot by his dad, and someone came out on X to say that Davido is very, very, very blessed because he has a father who cares. Of course, you know that Davido's dad just in this Christmas, December that just passed, Davido's dad had a hangout and then went on family vacation. I want to ask, how many families are going on vacation? The vacation that we know is in Obodo. Anana village. Well, I'm telling you, this is Anu. Anu came out to say that Davido is the dad. She is 14 years old. She said that Davido is the dad. And you know how these things will end. This thing will end so that Davido will down take care of her and the mom and other things. Well, that their business. OBO said no, and everyone of us, yes, of course, yes. Of course, yes, we are throwing our support to Davido. No, you say, why will I throw my support to Davido? 14 years ago, not be 14 days ago. So if anything happened, why didn't you follow this thing up? And they have done 5 DNA. Well, I would just blame him slightly for not being properly guided, but 001 remains the best in Africa. And I want you to find me tennis picture. Teniola tennis picture is what it is. I was watching a content in the midnight while I was getting ready for my entertainment show, and it is something that I may not tell you, but I need to just tell you about that singer Tini, the one that sang I Want to Be a Billionaire. Bring me back, let me show you guys what happened. And you know the song, that this lady has a new song. I just want to bring it to you, and this time I'm just going to the music section of entertainment side to tell you the songs that are trending and what you should expect. Of course, apart from Tini a little, let me move over to Charlie Poppy. Charlie Poppy sampled a Besina from what's that guy's name? I'm talking about Charlie Poppy, not Zeri DL or his brother. Charlie Poppy sampled a Besina from Chief Osita Osadebe, where he sang songs, and he posted it on his X platform, and that song has been making rounds. He's releasing a new song. He's getting a song out just in no time, and you have to listen to that, and you have to play the visuals. The visuals was nice. And what he sang, you know how Charlie Poppy sings? He sings very calm songs, and he sings songs that are very, very cool. I can tell you that this guy we are not ready for that Ebezina that he sampled is coming out, and it was a cool song, guys. It was actually a cool song that you need to go and play. Well, I want to move to Teniola now. Tenny Makanaki. Tenny the Entertainer, that's his username. Davido, I was still on Davido matter. Davido and Teniola are kind of friends, but I saw a video about Teniola yesterday telling Davido that this was before she launched her song, or she wanted to do a visualizer where she asked Davido for his blue Bugatti. Yes, his blue Bugatti, and Davido replied, yes, call Lati, call Lati, call Lati, call Lati, put call to Lati, and they will give you. Yes, Teniola the singer, and you know that song that has been trending. That song is amazing. That Davido had to support with the Bugatti, not for a life though, but just for a visualizer, and. She sang the song with Ghana, the American rapper, and it was a good song. It was a good song, and it is a good song. As I played the song, just just going through and seeing what's going on. But I'm telling you that we all miss Tenny. I don't know if you really miss the Tenny, even though she has lost some weight, even though she has done some keto. They call it keto, not keto. So Teniola, I love your song, and we love it. All of us here on Aneke TV love that song. We will play it one of those days and use it to vibe, because it's talking about an awesome song. The name of the title of the song is Speed featuring Ghana. Go and listen to that song. And go and play it on YouTube. It's a wonderful song, an amazing song, and I must say Teniola did a great work in the song. And also Wizkid and Sake has released their EP today. The EP has been a long anticipated song collaboration from the two guys. They have been doing an amazing job, and just the other day they were both seen having an interaction, a podcast session sponsored by Instagram, where Wizkid talked about collaboration, and Asake talked about challenges linking AI to music and the current trend that is going to bring music to the globe. I can tell you that these are the things that we're expecting. We're expecting the boost and the beast of the entertainment industry. And I'm just gonna not lie to you that we're expecting the best of the best of the best and of the best. Well, still on the same Teniola matter. Tenny seems to be. Immediately I saw Tenny on that video on where she was, trying to psych Obio. There were some things she said that really made me laugh. I laughed so hard because many people will say Tenny, she when she was growing up, she was a player. When I mean player, she was all these kind of kids that bring the vibe. They brought the vibe in the house, and they made the house to be a housewarming place. And notwithstanding all the challenges that she had with she had in her life, and losing her dad early in life, she has come out to give us songs that will stay with us. I'm talking about Tenny. Uyomeyo, what? I think he's Uyomeyo. And talking about the same song, I'm talking about the song of the year, I Want to Be a Billionaire, and the song that read that year. Some of you never forget this song. I'm talking about For Your Case. For my papa no be Dangote or Adeleke, but we go day okay. Hey, that song really made it for me. It was one of the songs that I was always looking up to whenever I go to an event. Whenever I go for an event, I wanted to hear the song and hear what the song. Then last year she dropped a banger, and it was around money. The song titled Money, and that song also was a great song from her. Well, I'm talking about Tenny. I'm talking about her elder sister Niniola, who has been giving us a dance hall. Oh my days, these two ladies are amazing. And Tenny, we are expecting the best. We are expecting the best in 2026. And I'm going to be here full. I'm going to be here live and waiting for that shoot and the skyrocketing of your talent and your career, Teniola. Congratulations, young lady. That is an old lady, of course. But whatever you are, yes, it's gonna be something that we're gonna look into. Now, just before I call it a wrap, Wizkid and Asake, I told you they have a collaboration, and the song is out. You gotta go listen to this guy Asake and Wizkid. These people are the two, even though there are, there has been a lot of pressure those days on Wizkid because of the argument with Seun Kuti, telling him that this should not be compared to the iconic, when I talk about the grandmaster of Afrobeat, that's Fela Kuti. But that did not stop this guy from releasing this great song with Asake. Man, I gotta play this song for you one of those days, and they are really making it mad and moving mad. I'm sure you are expecting the best of it, and I'm sure you are expecting what it is. Well, I can tell you that this is where we call it Wizkid and Asake, is where we call it a trap and a rap, and it's going to be something that we are going to have at the end of the day, and I'm going to give you the best as I return next week with the entertainment and what has happened over the weekend. Thank God it's Friday. Thank God it's Friday, and thank God it's the Commission of Enjoyment that's launching into the Friday, because I'm gonna leave you here with what we have. And thank you for joining us here on Aneke TV, and thank you also for leaving all you're doing, all your hot and spicy stuff to check up with us on the entertainment segment. I am your one and only Good Hope Chukuma. See you same time, same station. Keep enjoying. Bye.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.